so we'll end up, when they finish that search this year, they'll have me, they'll have Fred Free for Modern U.S., and they'll have a Civil War for lost our ancient military historians. We had a wave. We had 7 military historians like in 2 years.
At full strength, we have 8 historians. We're at 6 right now. We didn't replace Raina, and our Far East specialist, she left. And we haven't, we think we're going to be able to replace her because we have a Chinese language program that we need to have that tie-in. But they've been pushing back on. It's not even, once again, it's not about the position. It's about faculty lines and money.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we went through UNC. We went through as a college, not as a history department. We went through a real drought hiring. Twice, right after '08, when the recession hit.
Yeah.
And then much later, when the Republican legislature really started to climb down. But now that's sort of started to turn around. We've been actually doing most of our hiring. I wouldn't say profligately or promiscuously, but still steady.
Well, I got hired in '07, right before '08.
Oh, dear.
But I remember when my dean called me in, and he's just like, last one in, first one out.
Oh,
and that's you.
Wow.
And so if the orders come down, you're on the chopping block. And I survived, but we had a COVID triggered another downturn for us, and we're all facing the demographic cliff. I mean, we're all struggling, but what we have is the Corps of Cadets, and there will always be Corps students here. We'll always have our ROTC contracts, and that gives us a steady, pardon the expression, core every year to draw off of. So.
I'm going to dash a thing inside.
Oh, absolutely.
That's got a wipey in it.
No, I talked to Megan. So yeah, I'm going to do a couple introductory remarks. Talk for about 20 or 30 minutes. We'll do Q&A. I'll remind them we've got 11 o'clock, 1, and 2. Thank you. How's the SMH membership doing these days?
It's funny you asked that, because one of the things I discovered was we were doing a really crap job of actually counting our numbers. So we had to create a whole new system to get some actual real data. They were just counting the membership wrong. So we don't know. There's a concern that we haven't had renewals this year at the rate we should be from last year. But we also get a huge swath of renewals when people sign up for the conference. When they submit for the conference. We're sort of waiting to see what happens on that. It's because the deadline is just passed.
Yes, and I'm planning to attend. I don't know if I threw my hat in if you need a chair or a commentator, but I'm planning to attend regardless this year. If everybody could be seated, we'll be starting soon. Good morning to you all. I am Charles A. Dana Professor of History Steve Sodergren, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the Norwich Military Writers Symposium. We have a full day of activities scheduled. This is our first event of the day. There will be another presentation at 11 a.m., followed by presentations in the afternoon at 1 and 2 o'clock. All of the events will take place in Mack Auditorium, where you're currently located. In between, we invite you, if you're a guest, to take in our lovely campus. It's apparently going to be a beautiful day. A nice foggy morning has turned into a lovely autumn day here in Vermont. We welcome you, our guests, and of course, I welcome all of the lovely students who get to see this every morning. But as we begin today, I wanted to toss out a few thank yous. Many people have already expressed their thanks to Professor Travis Morris for just the Herculean efforts he does in putting this together, Megan Liptak for the behind-the-scenes work that she is continually doing to keep this all functioning. I want to thank all of the faculty and students who have supported this event, either by partaking in panels, asking questions, or just attending events like you are right now. And certainly I want to thank our guests and our guest speakers for the time they've put in joining us for this event today. As we enter the second day of the Military Writers Symposium, I wanted to reflect briefly on yesterday, and certainly that would be appropriate because in last night's panel, there was a strong emphasis on lessons learned. So why don't we take a moment and reflect on a few of those lessons learned from some of the presentations yesterday. As we've engaged in our discussion of the unconventional battle space, we've learned about certainly technology has been at the forefront. What technology has done to transform and continue to transform at an increasing rate the unconventional battlefield. We've talked about organizations, the efforts to create organizations that are able to function in the unconventional battle space. And we've talked about the law. We've talked about how the law has struggled to keep up with the rapidly evolving battle space. But today, as we begin the second day of the symposium, we need to put all of this in context. Because behind technology, behind organization, behind the law, there is history. The past reverberates through the present, and we see that in how warfare continues to evolve in the present day. And as we begin our discussion today, our guest, Dr. Wayne Lee, is certainly one who can inform our discussion of the unconventional battlefield. Before I introduce Dr. Lee, I just want to note how this presentation is going to be organized. After I introduce Dr. Lee, he's going to speak for about 20 or 30 minutes, but the primary goal here is to get you involved. Dr. Lee, as you're going to find out, is an expert on military history and American military history. And so we hope that students, faculty, and guests will take the opportunity to ask questions and to engage with our guest today. Dr. Wayne Lee received his PhD from Duke University in 1999 and taught at the University of Louisville before joining the University of North Carolina faculty in 2006, where he serves as the Bruce W. Carney Distinguished Professor of History. Over the past 2 decades, Lee has served in a variety of other academic roles, including the Harold K. Johnson Visiting Chair of Military History at the U.S. Army War College, the Colin S. Gray Visiting Chair of Strategic Studies at the U.S. Air Force's School of Advanced Air and Space Studies, and he currently serves as the Charles Bull Ewing Visiting Chair of Military History at the United States Military Academy at West Point. On top of all of these wonderful academic positions, he is also currently the president of the Society for Military History. Throughout his academic career, Lee has established himself as a foremost expert on world military history and early American conflict history. He's the author of several works, including Barbarians and Brothers, Anglo-American Warfare, 1500 to 1865, and Waging War, Conflict, Culture, and Innovation in World History. He's also the co-author of a book called The Other Face of Battle, The Experience of Combat in America's Forgotten Wars. I recommend that one particularly. In 2023, Lee released his book, The Cutting Off Way, Indigenous Warfare in Eastern North America, 1500, 1800. And this past year, that book received the 2025 Society for Military History Distinguished Book Award. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Wayne Lee.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to the Norwich community for inviting me and then welcoming me in. I understand I'm coming from a slightly foreign place at West Point right now, and that can engender various attitudes, and I can live with that. Because I'm not beholden to that place, I'm only visiting. And Steve's introduction is apropos in the sense that I am a historian, and compared to some of the other papers we've been listening, what I want to do today is bring up a historian's perspective to go into the way in which we now deal with modern warfare as a consequence of the wars that we've gone through in the past. And the reason I don't have a title slide up is because I wanted you to dwell on this one, because this is World War I. And those yellow dots are the generational trauma that the nations of Western Europe experienced as a consequence of World War I, in which every single yellow dot represents someone, not a casualty, but killed in World War I. That's neighborhoods wiped out in swaths. And that is the generational trauma that informs what I'm going to call the first trajectory of historical decisions, experiences, or reactions that emerge out of World War I and the American military experience to help create what we think of as modern war. Now, the sense of World War I, that is, the memory of World War I, was one of futility and stalemate, and above all, as these yellow dots attest, of cost. And that cost set military thinkers all around the world, and certainly in the West, to seeking paths to avoid such stalemate in the future. Now, a lot of that innovation began during the war, but it reaches its full intellectual and technological flower in the interwar years afterwards. And the first of those trajectories to get past this was and there's going to be 3 trajectories if you're going to walk along with me. The first trajectory is maneuver. That is, looking for a way to restore movement to the battlefield, to get away from this and to get back to movement on the battlefield. And that has the basic objective of seeking the enemy's vulnerable rear rather than its costly teeth. Go around, go through, hit them in the rear, vulnerable meaning command and control and communications and logistics, disrupt and destroy an enemy force in that way rather than going through where the bayonets are. And the second way that this was approached was seeking a war-winning strategy from the air alone. And I'm not talking today about combat air support or any other role that aircraft could provide, but rather the intellectual process of imagining techniques to fly over, if you'll allow me to continue the metaphor, to fly over the enemy's teeth, and again hit their rear. In this case, the rear being either civilian will or more presumably fragile industrial infrastructure. Now, both of these trajectories had this is actually just a single trajectory with 2 parts of avoiding the enemy's teeth. Both of them had major effects on World War II, but the trajectory of both continues after the war, almost on their own momentum. Variations on maneuver persist and evolved, especially in the Soviet Union, Israel, and Europe. If you're not paying attention, these are sort of classic diagrams This is the Soviet deep battle that's invented even before World War II. This is the US air-land battle invented in the early 80s. And this is, in theory at least, the personification of air-land battle in Operation Desert Storm in 1991. But perhaps more well known is this air power trajectory. Variations on maneuver persist and evolve, but this, you notice, I actually want to make a joke about this. One should always joke about nuclear warfare because there's no other way to approach it. That's why it's so small. Its effect on modern warfare is both profound and extremely limited. It's extremely limited and it only has that one sort of momentary usage, but then it shapes everything else around it. And so we don't even begin to think about modern warfare anymore in a nuclear context, but every nuclear or every military strategic decision being made these days is made in their shadow. But we don't strategize around nuclear warfare like we did during the Cold War in the same way. Instead, we strategize about how to use air power to win wars that are based on precision, that are based on relatively low casualties, and that evolution has moved us from the industrial web theory of World War II of the United States to, again, through nuclear and then coming out the other side, to precision-guided munitions, and then remotely piloted vehicles, and then finally to micro swarms of drones in the present. And all of that was in an effort to seek decisive outcomes with lower casualties. All of it, again, still in response, even all unknowingly, still in response to the trauma and futility of World War I. Now, all of this shared a general trajectory amongst the stronger Western powers, and the weaker ones for that matter, and then it intersected with the key political developments in the non-industrial and heavily colonized world. And they saw opportunities created by World War I and World War II and the resulting weaknesses of European colonial powers. But they nonetheless would seek their own victories using some form of asymmetrical or guerrilla war, because as they as yet lacked industrially produced weaponry. Most prominently, of course, within this trajectory is Mao's theory of guerrilla warfare and, more importantly, of protracted warfare. This was a theory about how to engage the political will of a broad populace and then use that will to protract war beyond the political will of a colonial power to continue it. This notion of protraction was rooted above all in long timelines. Timelines that allowed for the kind of thinking later recalled by the North Vietnamese general Dang Vu Giep, who later described how the People's Army of Vietnam sustained their forces operating in the central highlands of South Vietnam on cassava. Each soldier cared for the cassava plants, 500 plants per soldier in South Vietnam. And they did that in case supplies did not arrive from the north. Those supplies might not arrive because we were trying to use air power to interdict those supplies, and that was nearly impossible, because their supply requirements were so minuscule. Furthermore, he recalled that, and this is a quote, "Every year we grew cassava closer to our objective. When we wanted to lay an attack on Highway 14, for example, we started very far away, but each year we planted closer and closer." That's long timeline thinking. Now, Mao's ideas, of course, were copied and modified in various ways by other revolutionary movements, communist and otherwise, to include Al-Qaeda in Iraq, who actually had a version of Mao's theory in their doctrinal manuals. And thus, from a global perspective, there were two separate competing trajectories of military innovation: the industrial and increasingly technological, and the asymmetric and more population-centered insurgency. I have to stop and make a slight comment. You all probably heard this various expressions about population-centric counterinsurgency, and I've been trying to introduce calling that popcoin, but it doesn't seem to want to take. So if you want to make that the word of choice for pop-centric counterinsurgency, popcoin, go with it. Both of these trajectories then collide hard with a third trajectory, which is the American military tradition. And it's here I want to zoom in just a bit and talk about how all of these intersections spill out into more general lessons that are useful for historians, but even for those thinking and strategizing in the present. And my perspective on this comes from a book that I co-wrote with 3 other historians that Steve was kind enough to mention, that is intended, or was intended, to dive into the human experience of combat in intercultural conflicts. And for those of you in the know, you will already recognize that this was inspired by the very famous book, The Face of Battle, by John Keegan, which explores 3 very intra-cultural combats. At Agincourt, between the French and the English; at Waterloo, between the French and the English; and at the Somme, between the Germans and the English. And my objective in creating the idea for this book and then co-writing it with 3 other experts was to examine the American experience of intercultural combat. Those are the kinds of combats that far and away have been the most common type of conflict in American history. If you look at the entirety of American military history, big battles like Gettysburg, Meuse-Argonne, Pearl Harbor, those have been the exceptions rather than the rule. Americans in combat from colonial times to the present have almost always faced unexpected enemies, foes from different cultural backgrounds who fought in unfamiliar ways and against whom U.S. soldiers were unprepared to fight. Those intercultural contests also very often produced asymmetric warfare. It's not a rule. Those 2 don't have to go together, but they often do. And they did so simply because the enemy brought to bear different modes of recruitment, equipment, engagement, notions of acceptable conduct, and crucially, different definitions of victory. Now, these are the 3 battles, and I have to also say, sort of aside, that the fact that they all start with an M is a total coincidence. But Monongahela in 1755, sometimes known as Braddock's defeat, in which a British and American colonial force were defeated by French and Indians. Manila, in which the Americans found themselves unexpectedly engaged against Filipinos who had been their allies in fighting in the Spanish-American War, and now the Americans wanted to put them back into colonial subjection, and Manila was a conventional battle against an intercultural foe. And lastly, Makwan in Afghanistan is a single operation carried out in Afghanistan in 2010 as part of Operation Dragon Strike, and led to essentially the village that the Americans were trying to oust the insurgents from. The Americans end up destroying the village, almost fulfilling the sort of semi-apocalyptic and apocryphal stories from Vietnam of you have to destroy the village to save it. And at the end of that book, I'm not going to go into these 3 battles in any detail, because the book is designed to go deeply into the human experience of those conflicts. But we also wanted to draw some general lessons. And at the end of that book, we collated what we thought of as certain key similarities about all of those experiences of unexpected war, wars that were with cultures we did not expect to fight. And the first general lesson is that we Americans tend to be dismissive of enemy capabilities. We assume that our assets, our skill sets, our training will provide us with the necessary ability to deal with what's sometimes called the lesser included mission. That if we can handle high-intensity combat, we can handle low-intensity combat. And the answer to that statement is no, you can't. You're not prepared for it. The second lesson that we derived, again speaking generally, is that these missions almost always end up requiring some form of dependence upon the local forces. The strategic outcome will in fact depend upon local forces. Just to use Afghanistan as an example, from the beginning, there was no question, everyone accepted that it was true that the only strategic outcome that works for the United States, which it obviously did not, is that locals take over. They did take over, but not the way we wanted. The third, and this might seem counterintuitive, especially to an audience of cadets who are sort of essentially these days training in LSCO, large-scale combat operations, is that more is not always more. In all of these scenarios, the United States, based on its own predilections, said we need to bring more to bear to solve this intercultural and asymmetric problem. More firepower, more assets. In Makwan, we document through a very detailed research into the actions of the unit that was involved, the addition of virtually every conceivable joint tactical asset. Every service was involved. Every imaginable asset was involved. And in the end, it's not enough. In the end, you call in the airstrike, you blow up the village. More doesn't always get you more. In this case, more got you what you did not want towards the strategic outcome. And I have to dwell just slightly on the more that was involved in the 1755 example. I am an early Americanist, and so this one's always closer to my mind. A lot of people don't realize that the strategic orders that were given to Braddock, again, if you don't know the story, Braddock was the first sort of British regular regiment or series of regiments sent to North America to respond to French incursions in the Ohio country, and their orders are to go to what is now Pittsburgh via the Pennsylvania and Virginia backcountry, build a road to get there, lay siege to that French fort. And the part that most people don't realize is that the rest of his orders said, now turn right, go up the Allegheny, and go to Fort Niagara, 629 miles away, and keep building that road that you've been building. And so in order to make that happen, we're going to give you more. We're going to give you naval personnel to move the cannons, to literally drag the cannons. We're going to give you all sorts of people with shovels to build that road. None of that matters when the Indians come out of the trees at Monongahela. And lastly, the fourth and sort of overall lesson is that you need to prepare for the unexpected war. And instead, the American trajectory has been the deliberate forgetting of the lessons of the last unexpected war. There's a chestnut in military history, or that you often see amongst journalists, that you will rarely see amongst historians, that nations prepare for the last war. That is absolutely not the case. We prepare for the one we expect. We prepare for the one that is familiar to our minds, if not to our actual experience. We picture war in our heads, and that's what we prepare for. Inevitably, if you go to history as a guide, the next war you in fact will fight is exactly not the one you prepared for. Now, this tendency of the American military, and especially under its current leadership, to avoid thinking about the next likely war, if you go by the historical record, and instead think about preparing for a war that feels familiar, a war that is only a problem of fires and counterfires, a war that's about lethality, and not one that's actually about culture and politics and creating a strategic narrative. That's a problem that we all will continue to face, because those are the wars we're likely to end up in. And with that, I will take your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I've got my questions, and so I think I'm going to ask a couple questions myself, but after I get to exert my privilege, I certainly invite people from the crowd to begin lining up. We have microphones at the bottom down here. Please, if you have any questions for Dr. Lee regarding his comments, regarding the larger contexts of the discussion that we're having in the unconventional battle space, please feel free to start lining up. But first of all, thank you so much for your comments. I think they're very informative, and they're certainly applicable to the comments, to the discussion we've been having over the past couple days. So I guess here's the fundamental question that you touched upon: is how do we prepare for the unexpected? Because certainly you can race through the litany of American conflicts, and you can see an unexpected adversary with Japan at Pearl Harbor, an unexpected adversary in North Korea. Perhaps we should have seen Vietnam coming, but certainly there are a variety of conflicts the Americans find themselves jumping into. And as you note, you need to have a respect for, and this came up, I think, at the panel discussion last night, an understanding of your cultural, the culture and the history of your opponents and your allies. Right. How do we inculcate that how do we... I think one of the students asked last night, there's so much, how do we prepare for all of this? So how do we prepare for the unexpected conflict when there's so many possibilities, so many different avenues of approach?
Well, you start by not deliberately forgetting. So the United States after Vietnam, let me back up. One of our examples up there is Manila. The United States after the Philippine counterinsurgency effort deliberately put aside what it learned from that experience. And when I say deliberately put aside, I mean chose not to record, nor disseminate, nor instruct on the nature of that experience in any significant way. That history is a little bit murkier. I mean, literally the syllabus and program of instruction history, like looking at old syllabi and POIs. But after Vietnam, you can go through and count the number of times the word counterinsurgency comes up in Army manuals in the next 2-3 decades, and it just vanishes. I'm exaggerating slightly for effect because it's obviously still present at a certain level, but for the most part, it just goes away. Because the Army wanted to think about the battlefields of northern Germany, the plains of northern Germany. And those of us who are in the business have now experienced this firsthand. Actually, I saw that as a cadet in the 80s, because we didn't think about Vietnam, we thought about the plains of North Germany. And I also want to be clear, don't misunderstand me. Large-scale combat operations are complicated. You have to train for them. They're getting more complicated, I get that. No question, absolutely, 100%. But you can't then assume that everything else is a lesser included. You can't assume that those skill sets immediately apply. Some of them will. The ability to call in an artillery fire, that's a thing you learn. It's a tactical skill that applies potentially in both situations. And I'm also not trying to suggest that everybody learn all the languages we might possibly run into. You can't do that. No. However, I will say that we just killed training in language abroad, unless it's in a military academy at West Point, because the current administration doesn't want students going abroad to civilian institutions. Just killed everybody trying to learn Russian, right? There's nobody going abroad to learn Russian. There's nobody going abroad to learn Chinese, right? Nobody going abroad to learn Farsi. We're not going to the Iranian military academy in an exchange program. So that's just stupid. And I will use that word quite deliberately in this case. But then there's also the pre-current administration inside DOD turned to LISCO as the term of all that we care about. And again, we went through, when we wrote this book it came out in 2021, so we've been writing it in the year preceding that. We were able to count the credit hours, the number of credit hours in various Army training schools that were dedicated to counterinsurgency, theory, practice, tactics, whatever, and we could count them going down. It's just like, we're going to take this off the POI. It was just going away. And that's after 2 decades of DOD massively investing in learning, intellectually learning how to do counterinsurgency. I mean, the literal investment, sending people to schools. When I run a PhD program at UNC in military history, and we have a lot of active duty military who apply, and then fewer who come through because we can only handle so many. But I remember the huge surge in students who wanted to study some aspect of counterinsurgency and/or occupation. Occupation's a whole other problem from counterinsurgency. That's also something we don't deal with. So my short answer to go to the heart of your question is, stop deliberately ignoring that which you've actually started to learn and sort of putting it in a box and saying that doesn't matter. Instead, we have reverted to what's familiar and comfortable.
And that certainly seems to be a recurring theme in American history. I think back to a Civil War officer by the name of Emory Upton, who wrote a great book following the Civil War. He actually rewrote the tactical manuals for the U.S. Army following the Civil War, but he wrote a book called The Military Policy of the United States. And he established a paradigm that seems to be applicable both before him and after him, in that we find ourselves thrown into a conflict unprepared. We panic and frantically prepare and manage to rise up and win, but at tremendous cost in both lives and finances, and then we slip away. It slips away following that. Oh, we didn't like that. We'll never fight that again. And that does seem to be an unfortunate recurring theme throughout American history. Since it's certainly a buzzword that everybody talks about, let's talk about technology.
Okay.
And then I'll get to your questions out here in the crowd here. You mentioned technology. You mentioned the efforts to create precision-guided munitions. You mentioned the use of drones. You mentioned all the way up to nuclear weapons. A lot has been said so far at this symposium about how technology is changing the battlefield, whether it's autonomous weapons systems, whether AI, et cetera. The question I've had, whenever we study technology in military history, we have to ask really a question is, okay, it's new technology, but are you doing anything different with it? You know, the question we have to ask is certainly in the use of air power. You know, are drones really changing things, or are we just using drones like we used B-17s in World War II? So, I mean, just from a historian's take, do you think that technology is actually changing things, or are we just putting technology into perhaps our pre-existing comfortable little boxes?
Well, it depends on what you mean by we. If you mean the United States, we tend to put it in comfortable little boxes. And the running sort of cultural assumption within DoD and all of the agencies that, or contractors that work with DoD is that if we're gonna make something, we're gonna make it with a qualitative edge. And we keep seeking a sharper and sharper qualitative edge, and sometimes that comes at literal great financial cost, which means that you can't do anything in our service these days that involves massive fires. This is gonna sound trivial. I don't know a lot about fires and counterfires at sea. But I had a person, there's a Marine who designed a game called Littoral Commander. I don't know if anybody in here has run across it. It's a really interesting simulation of future combat in South China Sea. And I had him as a designer come down to UNC and teach the game to my students. And one of the things that I quickly learned while playing the game is that the US Navy, until at least this year, had no capacity to resupply fires underway. They could not put more missiles in the tube. Once the tubes were empty. That was it. And the way that systems were designed for fires and counterfires, that is, if there's missiles inbound, you send missiles to hit the missiles, and there's usually a whole bunch of missiles inbound, so you send a whole bunch of missiles outbound, and then all of a sudden you're out of missiles. And when did we first figure that out as a nation? Shooting at people in Yemen. I mean, that's just unbelievable. We had ships underway who were out of missiles because our threat was coming from Yemen. This is not great power conflict. That's essentially terrorists who've made a state in parts of Yemen and are throwing missiles from land-based places where they can refill the missile tubes with no problem. We've got all these super expensive, fancy ships with very expensive missiles. We can't refill the tubes. So we started trying to invent refill tubes underway. I don't know if the Navy has a term for that. They always have a term for that. It's usually a 9-letter acronym. But they started trying to create a system for refilling the tubes underway. And so when you're thinking about technology, we have always, at least since World War II, been thinking about the qualitative edge. We have not thought about mass. And so the drone question, one of the things you're seeing in Ukraine is mass of drones, of cheap drones. That's where the thing may or may not end up turning. I can only hope that many of you have seen the aerial photos of fields in Ukraine covered with the fiber optic cables that were driving those things because they're trying to not be jammed by radio transmissions anymore. But I mean, it's just like fields of fiber optic cables because it's being done in mass. And our forces are not prepared for mass, either at the personnel level or the resupply or almost anything, because we've been seeking the qualitative edge for so long. Which does say, in one sense, we might be going back to the B-17s, because we did B-17s in mass. We all talk about the arsenal of democracy. The whole point of that trope phrase is that it was all being done in mass, and that is not the case right now.
That's an interesting point you make about the drones in the Ukraine, because that's certainly something I bring up in some of my classes, and how the battlefields of the Ukraine have, going back to that first picture you put up, have this aerial appearance of World War I trench lines and things like that. And what's often forgotten about World War I trench warfare is that field telephones had just come into the technological edge, and to maintain contact with an advancing formation, there would have some guy who would have had a telephone on his back, but he would have been unspooling telephone wire as he crossed the battlefield. And so what you would have seen on a World War I battlefield would have been lines and lines of telephone wires going back and forth.
I call that the some poor bastard with a comm reel on his back. I don't know if any of you have ever picked up a comm reel of comm wire. It weighs about 60 pounds. I mean, it's non-trivial to be mounting that on your back and running across no man's land.
All right, well, you're here for the students, so why don't we open this up to the students here. We've got people on both sides. Please, I think we'll have plenty of time for questions, so if you got a question, feel free to line up. So why don't we start over here, man? Why don't you introduce yourself and offer your question?
Sorry, I'm a little short. My name is Cadet Wendy Cantor, and I was kind of stuck on a statement you made about Americans tend to be dismissive of enemy capability. And I think that's due to like the American pride, the patriotism. However, that patriotism arguably helps the U.S. wins wars. When it comes to Americans dismissing the enemy capability, I believe it goes all the way back to how Americans are being educated, like in a history. Based on my experience, because I'm from the South, wins are taught more than losses. So, this is a question: what is your opinion in the way history is being taught, all the way down to like the elementary school status? Should American losses be taught more, or should we continue to harvest that patriotism through education?
Thank you for that question. Let me clarify one thing before I try to answer it, which is that I was emphasizing American dismissiveness of enemy capability, in particular in intercultural wars. So that when we're fighting someone we don't think much of, Filipinos, we were incredibly racist and dismissive of Filipino capabilities. We were incredibly racist and dismissive of Native American capabilities. We were incredibly racist and dismissive of North Vietnamese capabilities. So that is different from our assessment of, for example, the Germans in 1940, when we're looking down the road and seeing that war coming. We were not being dismissive of the Germans. So it's partly about American racism, which then goes to how do we teach American history. And at the moment, we are under increasing political pressure to teach American history through a rosy glow of we were all great and good and all seeking justice in all cases. And in fact, American history is shot through with racism, violence, atrocity, and prejudice, as well as amazing intellectual achievements and ideas and technological advances and hopes for a brighter future. These things go together. It's in the conflict of those things and the wrestling through of those processes that we have emerged for what, good or ill as to what we are now. And so to teach history in a way that downplays our racist past or downplays the way in which prejudices have hampered or hamstrung us in the past is to do us a disservice in the future. Because I'll give you an example. I have a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force who's writing his dissertation for me, and he's not allowed to discuss his topic. And his topic is Negro soldiers, and I use the term deliberately, Negro soldiers in World War II in the Air Force, the Air Corps. And the Air Corps was mandated to have a certain number of black soldiers in the force. And the Air Force looked around at its, again, the Air Corps, I'm going to say Air Force. The Air Force looked around at its infrastructure or its organizational structure and it said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have them all be air-based security battalions. So all but one, about 99 air-based security battalions that is responsible for the security of an air base, that mission was assigned to black troops with white officers. And one of the consequences of that, by the way, the mission was created because of the German landing at Malmö in Crete, the German airborne landing at Malmö. The British airfield was undefended except by fuel handlers and things like that. So the RAF created a system for air-based security after Malmö disaster. The Americans realized they needed to do that too as we're building up the force. The Air Force said, that's not piloting an aircraft. That's a whole other problem, Air Force culture and pilots. I wish Raina Pennington were here. She would love this.
I sympathize. I'm the son of an Air Force officer.
Right. So, long and short, when World War II ends and the Air Force downsizes, the first mission they throw out is air-based security. Because it's tainted, literally tainted by the color of the troops who had the mission. That's a way in which our national security architecture was defined by our racist attitudes, setting aside when you integrate the force at all. And so when we go into Korea, we don't have air-based security battalions again, so we reinvent the mission. At the end of the Korean War, we get rid of the air-based security battalions again. Do you know why the Marines landed Da Nang in Vietnam in 1965? To provide air-based security. Because there was no air-based security battalions. So a whole long story about the nature of our involvement in other wars is told and can only be understood on the basis of understanding prejudice about black troops. And so if you tell the story in a way that takes that out, which he has literally been told to do by his superior officers, is to miss the point, is to miss the message.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to the other side here. Introduce yourself and offer your question.
Good morning. I am Recruit Goich from Delta Company 3rd Platoon. You mentioned the use of local forces in Afghanistan, and it reminded me of a story from the autobiography of former U.S. Senator and most notably Vietnam veteran John Kerry. He mentioned in that book in around 2002 in Operation Afghanistan that was a collaboration or more a reliance on local forces in an attempt to capture bin Laden, and it resulted in a mission failure. And he specifically mentioned that because I'm more analyzing the political side of it. but because the results of that were that later on during the 2004 election, bin Laden recorded and released a video that in essence was interpreted by the public as a thing that, oh, if you elect Kerry, I'm going to do another terrorist attack. And aside from the political aspects of that, I also wanted to ask, how could local forces be used more effectively in a way that isn't more so reliance but isn't outright dismissive?
Well, I mean, your last question touches on the heart of the problem. And I never want to imply that this is easy. And local forces in the battle at Makwan, one of our 3 examples there, the ANA troops that were doing, I now forgotten the Pashtun phrase for this, but shoulder to shoulder was the phrase that we were using at the time. The ANA troops would go in with the American troops shoulder to shoulder. The ANA troops screw up bad, and they're one of the reasons that the battle goes south. They're one of the reasons for American casualties. I'm not saying this is easy, but speaking at the strategic level, like I said, from 2001, from the get-go, from the jump, it was ultimately, we don't intend to occupy Afghanistan. We're going to hand it over. And we want to hand it over to a government and a military that we think we can trust to hold the phone. I don't want to say hold the fort because that implies a certain sort of static defense, and that's not what I mean. And that is never going to be easy. And that ultimately depends upon cultural capabilities and understandings. And we have Shandor, he's now standing. I was like, where did he go? He said something last night about that your allied local or indigenous forces, now I can't remember what it was, but there was, you end up relying on them, but you can't, tactically, you don't always know what's going to happen, and basically you just have to be willing to pay that price. And sometimes that's one of the problems, is we become, in part because of our dismissiveness that extends from our enemy to our allied of the same ethnicity, the same origin, we become dismissive of their capabilities, even though we are strategically dependent upon them. And those 2 attitudes, or those 2 requirements, the dismissiveness of our own local capabilities and our dependence upon them, those clash badly. And so we have to essentially set ourselves the mission of accepting certain costs if we're going to ultimately get the strategic outcome that you want. So it's not easy to do. But I will say, our first example, Manila, is a conventional fight. Eventually, to the extent that the Americans succeed in the Philippines, it's because of Philippine scouts and then the Philippine constabulary. We handed off the mission to the Philippine constabulary, and it worked. We did it in a kind of an imperial context. We were still kind of, holding them down in lots of interesting and important ways. But to the extent that it was a success, it was because of the Filipinos, not because of just because of Americans.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, back over here.
Good morning. I'm Cadet Workheader, and you mentioned the POIs on coin decreasing. So my question is, even though we were ourselves born out of an insurgency and we still fight coin conflicts, why do you think those POIs are decreasing? Or if you could give a reason as to why.
Because we just don't want to fight
Because
that.
of the intellectual shortcomings of men wearing stars. I mean, because I have seen, I have heard, and I have been told of men wearing stars coming into departments at CGSC and at the War College saying, we don't need to do that anymore. I was actually, Steve in his introduction mentioned that I was going to teach at the Army War College, and that was in 2015. I started there at 2015, taught 2015-16 academic year. And one of the privileges of that job is to teach an elective of your own design, as opposed to something that's built into the core curriculum at the War College. And the course I intended to offer, sending them the reading list and the syllabus, was a world history of tribal warfare. And the commandant, man who wears stars, had a political science degree, by the way, which is a joke about political scientists for those in the know.
I like political scientists. My chair is a political scientist.
He's an interdisciplinary department. He has to like political scientists.
I do.
The commandant said, why do we need to learn about tribal warfare? They were going to disapprove my elective. And I wasn't there for the meeting. They had a meeting at which the commandant was sitting and saying, why do we need to learn about tribal warfare? Fortunately, there was someone in the department who made the case for why that was still relevant. In 2015, he was going to turn down that course. So there is, I'm not saying all men with stars or all women with stars have intellectual shortcomings. Of course, we all have intellectual shortcomings. But there are enough people who want to do what they understand. They got to where they are by doing what they understand. And they want to continue to do that. And anything that sort of subverts that position of comfort and familiarity, they don't necessarily want that to be the thing. And again, I've blamed part of this on the current administration and its sort of autonomic focus on, quote, lethality. But it's that was 2015. So this is an Army problem and a DOD problem. It's not just a Trump administration problem.
Thank you. All right. Shandor, yeah, I think you've been waiting longest.
Yeah, Shandor Fabian, a guest. I just would like to kind of pick your brain on, or your opinion on one thing that I've been trying to advocate for with my U.S. counterparts and friends in the U.S. government and the DOD is I'm absolutely with you. I loved everything you said about dismissiveness. I personally experienced that as an ally at the tactical, operational, strategic levels. But preparing for the unexpected, on the unforeseen is, I think one way to do it is being comfortable with the uncomfortable. Yep. And one thing that I've been experiencing now for 8 years, traveling around and engaging all kinds of actors and stakeholders here in the US, is we talk about all these cases, and always Americans talking about all these cases, right? So when we want to learn more about COIN, why we don't have a FARC member or former FARC member from Colombia telling us how they did what they did? Where is a de-radicalized Taliban fighter, a leader, and why he or she is not talking to us? Where is a Hamas member, right, a Hezbollah member, right, and you name it? We have to become comfortable, again, going back in history, because the best military changes and transformations came from learning from the enemy, right? Back in 2014, when I did a Marine Corps Basic Officer School here in the US as a foreigner, one of the first mandatory reading was the battle captain, a German handbook from Second World War, how to be a leader. So once upon a time, we were comfortable learning from the enemies, but now it looks like we reached some kind of pinnacle of military science and art in the US and the West, believing that we are the best ever walked on earth and we have nothing to learn. That's my feeling. So what's your, and West Point, Norwich, where are the foreign faculty members?
So if you all thought I was being provocative, that was even more provocative. And yes, I am deliberately being provocative. But no, first of all, I will say my answer to you is, first of all, historians are doing that. And even some of the officers who I was referring earlier to, the ones who were coming through for a PhD, some of them were doing that as well. They were studying French experience, which again, Western languages, that's easier, right? So one of the best examples of the kind of work that historians have done that speaks to the learning from the enemy is Lin Hang Nguyen's book on Hanoi's War, which is a complete reanalysis of how we understand North Vietnamese strategy. Because she's reading the sources in the North Vietnamese archives, or the Vietnamese archives. So yes, 100%. And we tried to do that for our Makwan chapter. We sought as much as we could to find Taliban voices or Haqqani network voices. It's hard, and a lot of that's classified. And even sometimes when we put we, the United States again, writ large, put a lot of effort into trying to learn from our enemies, and then we kill it. So we had an archive of all of the Iraqi general staff documents were housed in a building in Virginia and were being translated, and that project got shut down. It's gone. And you can't even get to, as far as I know, last I heard, you can't even get to those documents anymore in terms of learning from your enemy. So the unwillingness to both fund, support, sustain, and stay in touch with our own history interacting with enemies, even the ones we defeated in the case of Iraq, and this is talking about post-2003, captured documents from the invasion. Yeah, 100%, I absolutely agree.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't something similar happen after Vietnam? Didn't they incinerate like a bunch of intelligence reports and AARs or something like that to make room at Leavenworth or something?
I don't know that story, but it would not surprise me.
I feel like I've heard that story before, so, yeah.
Because we classify everything. And sometimes the people decide the only way to deal with it is just to get rid of it. I was on the Department of the Army Historical Advisory Subcommittee until I was removed by name by the Trump administration the first time. And one of the things that I learned in that process, this is the organization that advises the U.S. Army Center for Military History. And units returning from Iraq, and Afghanistan for that matter, but Iraq was a bigger problem, had no records. Zero. They brought home no records. None. No unit journals, no radio logs, nothing. And when the historians started realizing that this is what was happening, at the U.S. Army Center for Military History, they started reaching out to individuals asking for hard drives. Did anybody keep a hard drive? And eventually, this sort of word of mouth worked its way around the force, and a whole bunch of hard drives all of those would get you arrested, right? Possessing those hard drives as an individual would get you arrested for not proper storage of classified material. All of those hard drives were eventually not all, but many were eventually turned in, and now there's terabytes and terabytes of data, all of it still classified, all of it still grinding its way through a declassification process. And that's what I mean by not losing touch with our own history, because we lost the skill set, partly because of the advancements in technology, because we weren't keeping paper records in the same way anymore, and no one wanted to be responsible for redeploying back to the States carrying classified information, so they just destroyed it. And every once in a while, somebody yanked a hard drive for their own personal use and kept it. Again, put you in jail. But that's the only reason we have the records we do have.
Yes.
David Ulbrich, I'm an adjunct instructor in the online military history program here at Norwich University. I wanted to shift gears a little bit in terms of lessons learned. Dr. Lee, you were a combat engineer once upon a time, and then you were also an undergraduate.
Essayant.
Yes, essayants. I was wondering if you could tell talk a little bit about your experience as an undergraduate and as a combat engineer, and how that has made you a better historian, with the idea that everything builds on everything else, and these cadets will be going on to serve, maybe for full careers, maybe they'll go on and do something else. But how did you leverage some of the lessons and experiences?
I'm very hesitant to answer that question, in part because I don't want anyone to think that the only kind of person who can do military history is someone with military experience, because that's just not the case. And in particular, because I was studying, when I first started, I was doing mostly colonial American stuff, and not relevant the fact that I had been a combat engineer in Desert Storm or whatever. On the other hand, being a lieutenant on the ground in central Germany in 1988, I told my cadets actually last week, I try to scare them every once in a while. It's like, hey, look, you guys aren't doing the reading, you aren't prepared, you apparently don't know how to read a map, an operational map. I'm not speaking of their land nav, that's a whole other problem. I said, 2 weeks into my time in Germany, I arrived as a brand new second lieutenant. 2 weeks after I arrived, I was having to brief the brigade commander on my obstacle plan for the Soviet invasion of Fulda Gap. So, get with it, right? Start paying attention. Be ready to dance. Figure out what you're looking at and what that meant for creating an obstacle plan for the Fulda Gap. In my case, a squadron-sized sector as a platoon supporting an armored cavalry regiment. Where do the obstacles go? What does the land look like? Where are the avenues of approach? What are the keys? What's the key terrain? These are all. Do they still teach Okoka?
I do on my staff.
So that's a way to read the landscape. And the ability to read the landscape is a tremendous asset for a historian. for any historian, but also for a military historian in particular, to be able to go to a place and start looking around and understanding where things are and where they should be. Funnily enough, I'm also an archaeologist. I have a 25-year field career as an archaeologist, and that's also about landscapes. And I was working in the mountains in northern Albania doing a survey project, which means not a site excavation, but a regional survey. And I was reading the landscape, and hey, you know, that wall does not really belong there as an agricultural thing. I think there's something else happening. And sure enough, it turns out we had discovered an Iron Age fortress that no one even knew existed when we excavated it. It turns out that's what it was. And it was because it didn't fit the landscape. And so I was telling my students the other day, we were talking about Native American warfare, and I said, what happens when you, in a slash and burn agricultural system, you know what that is, I presume, you slash out some acres of trees, you burn the trees, the ash sifts into the soil, you plant the soil, and it exhausts itself after a few years, and then you go to another section of woods, and you slash another section of trees. Well, I said, what happens to the old field? And they just looked at me. I was like, what happens to it? I said, what does it become? And haven't you ever been in the woods and run across like an opening in the woods? It's a meadow. It becomes a meadow. And what does it fill with first? It fills with grass and blackberries. And who likes grass and blackberries in the middle of the woods? Bears and deer. Suddenly that becomes a great place to hunt. And it's like, you know, pay attention to the landscape as you go through it and understand how it's changing over time and, in fact, how that then influences historical processes. So I would say that is one way that it influenced me. And I will say, you mentioned the trenches in Ukraine. As a combat engineer, I was like, oh yeah, I can see all sorts of things that combat engineers would suddenly get new skill sets. I loved being an engineer because, amongst other things, one of the best and most fun things about it was we had to adapt to everything. That was our job. Hey, engineer, go fix that. Make that thing passable. Make that thing happen. And I love that aspect of being a combat engineer. Just like make stuff up and get it done. So yeah, I think that's probably all I can say about that. Also jargon, language, the lingo, familiarity with acronyms, all that stuff ends up being helpful because when you're reading the documents, you have a leg up.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, well, we're running out of time here, so what I want to do is I wanted to ask one last question to wrap us up here, and it's going to be a hard one because the worst thing you can ask a historian is to talk about the future. We're very good at looking backward. We kind of have a grasp on what's going on right now, but the future is the undiscovered country, certainly. But you've already made several points about the value of history and perhaps how we could redirect our study of history to incorporate cultural understanding, recognition of both the strengths and weaknesses of our armed forces. But what do you think the trajectory is going to be in the unconventional battle space, and how do you think history can help inform this generation as we try to understand the?
How many minutes do I have for this question?
Here's a word for you: the ununderstandable. There we go. Go for it.
So there's known knowns, there's unknown knowns, and there's the known understandables. Seriously, how many minutes do I have for that?
You got like 10, 15 if you need to pontificate. So.
I often say that I'm grateful that I'm a historian, so I don't have to figure out the future. And I don't have to be responsible for what happens. And I say that in a sympathetic mode because I have taught in these environments where strategists are at work. And they do have to figure out the future. And I don't envy them the task. One of the conclusions that John Keegan reached in The Face of Battle, it's the conclusion that a lot of people remember when they read that book, and if you haven't read it, I highly recommend it, is that the thing that battle has in common is that it is human. And that ultimately it comes down to what humans decide to do and how they choose to do it. And I don't think surprisingly, I want to take that same nugget, which was about battle, and then put that at the war level. That what war ultimately has in common is that it is human. And that not only about the decisions people make about wielding violence, but the decisions people make in response to violence. How do populations respond to violence? And I think one of the things that we're experiencing is a new ways in which populations experience violence, both as recipients and as wielders. And I think we're still wrestling with exactly how that works, what the strategic implications are. So I'll give you a quick, I'm going to go back to history because I'm comfortable there. Clausewitz, you guys have heard of him. Famously, Trinity. The war's extension of politics that's just like a subclause of the real theory. The real theory is the Trinity, that there's the state, which acts according to its rational calculation of advantage. There's the army, which is trying to solve a particular probabilistic problem of the application of violence in a friction-filled environment. And then there's the passion of the people. Notice I did a triangle, it's the Trinity. It's the passion of the people. But when Clausewitz was writing, the passion that he was interested in and concerned about was the passion that he had seen unleashed by the French Revolution. Therefore, that passion was one that escalated violence. It tended to push violence upwards. The willingness of a state to engage in destruction or in conquest was escalated by the passion of the people. But the theory comprehends dispassion. It includes the fact that people might not care and can disassociate themselves from what the state is doing. Right now, do you feel associated with the use of violence by this country against boats in the Venezuelan waters? Are you associated with it? Are you emotionally impacted by it? Does your passion level go up or down? Are you more or less likely to drive that to greater violence or lesser violence? I don't know. I don't know how our country is reacting to that. I don't know how the world's opinion is reacting to that. Because the world's opinion reacting to that will be a part of our strategic environment as we go forward. Will our coalition allies and partners be happy with us? Will they be more or less willing to share information with us? Even if they can't give us brigades of infantry or tanks, will they give us intelligence and information? This was a problem after 2003. Most of the world was very unhappy with us invading Iraq. And our intelligence sources from a variety of other nations that we consider allies dried up because they were not happy with us. And some of that came back later as the war kept going and going and going, and they tried to reestablish normal relationships with the United States. But in 2003, 2004, we started to see some intelligence sources in other countries dry up. So passion is the variable that in many ways we still don't quite understand, and we don't understand it for all the reasons that were some of which discussed last night, which is legitimacy, law, and leadership. I mean, the discussion last night about Zelensky being a showman and the way in which projecting a certain image, that's all about manipulating the passions of the population, maintaining the faith of the Ukrainian people that they should continue in the war and the struggle has a positive outcome in sight. And then the other piece of that we sort of touched on a little bit last night was the role of social media. The way in which there was a student presentation yesterday that talked about that you are the target of social media disinformation campaigns by hostile powers, hostile agents, if not powers. And that is designed to affect that piece of Clausewitz's Trinity. So Clausewitz had it right all along, just that the relationship between those three poles is even more complicated than he realized. And that's something we still have to figure out.
Thank you so much. And students in my classes, did you hear that? Clausewitz had it right all along, okay? That's why I make you read him. But anyway, please join me in thanking for his time today and for his comments, Dr. Wayne Lee. Thank you. We'll be taking about a 20-minute break, but we will reconvene here for our next session at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
What's that?
Yeah, are those new? I didn't see them.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Could everybody please take their seats? We're going to start in about a minute here. Okay, that's good. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to our panel on understanding war zones as a part of the Military Writer Symposium. We will be starting now and going until about 12:15 for a lunch break. So today's topic is understanding war zones. It'll be split up into three topics, or three sections. Geography of war zones, the technology of war zones, and the demography of war zones. My name is Brett Carlson. I am one of the moderators for today's panel, along with Andrew Forza over here. We have one panelist today. We were going to have two. Unfortunately, Dr. Wilson got sick, so we couldn't attend today's panel. But I'd like to read a little bit about him so you can contact him and know who he is. So Dr. Wilson is a colonel, U.S. Army retired. Decorated veteran with tours in the Balkans, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He's done strategic planning and advisory support for commanders, secretaries of defense, chiefs of mission, and presidents of several partner nations. Currently, he is a professor of practice in the School of Politics and Global Affairs at Arizona State University, president emeritus of the Joint Special Operations University, and founder and CEO of Wilson Wise Consulting, LLC, advising on strategy, technology, teaming, and organizational transformation. He has a PhD in government from Cornell, and he has a book called Thinking Beyond War, Civil Military Relations and Why America Fails to Win the Peace. He also has past service in Operation Iraqi Freedom, he served on the Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group to help catalyze reforms in post-conflict planning. He's done scholarship in small wars journals, foreign affairs, international organization journals with focus on grand strategy, defense reform, and civil military relations. He's taught classes at several universities, including Yale, Columbia, West Point, and the National War College. He's also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and a senior future security fellow with New America. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today, but I just wanted to give an introduction to who he is. I believe if you search him on Google, you can find his Substack. I think there's a website. It's easy to contact him, so that shouldn't be too hard. And now I'll have my co-moderator, Forza, come up and introduce Dr. Chavez.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Sforza. I am the other moderator for today, and thank you all for coming. You're not here for me, you're here for our panelist, Dr. Carrie Chavez. So, Dr. Carrie Chavez is an assistant professor in the Military and Strategic Studies Department at the U.S. Air Force Academy and an advisor for Project Air and Space Power at the Irregular Warfare Initiative. Previously, she was a two-time non-resident research fellow with the Modern War Institute at West Point and a fellow with the Institute for Global Affairs. Her research on the politics, strategies, and emerging technologies of modern conflict and security have been published in several venues. Dr. Chavez regularly collaborates with international industry leaders on emerging threats, security, solutions, and technology governance. Please give a warm Norwich welcome to Dr. Carrie Chavez. All right, now we're going to start with the questions.
So we'll be alternating questions, me and Forza. But starting first, the topic of the geography of war zones. I guess, so Dr. Chavez, how do the geographic features of a given war zone affect a conflict from a tactical perspective? What are some things to look at there?
Yeah, I do have to start saying that my views are my own, and I'm not here on behalf of my department, the Air Force Academy, the Department of the Air Force, or the Department of Defense. So, disclaimer out of the way. What I think I want to do, starting with geography, is I want to go from the most concrete up to the most abstract, so that hopefully we can kind of build this out. And then, of course, we have to smash them all together because they dynamically interact. But thinking about geography, starting with terrain. Terrain is really important. Even though war zones are not just spots on a map, they are also spots on a map. And the terrain can dramatically impact the means of force that are appropriate, and also the actors, the combatants that can enter a conflict zone. So we can start with very austere environments where maneuver is more straightforward. That's going to be quite different than something like an urban environment that has very built-up infrastructure, that has civilians embedded, and oftentimes we find violent non-state actors select urban environments to prosecute campaigns so that they can embed in a civilian population, so they can deflect brute force from a stronger adversary, like a state military. So obviously, even just moving from an austere to urban environment can change the demography of war and the technology that's used to kind of bring in some of these other topics. And then we can think about some other, maybe more complex domains, like underwater domains. You don't have, also subterranean, so the Gaza conflict, the tunnel signals, that's been likened to being like fighting underwater because you don't have GPS and communication signals. And so you have to rely on other means, even to communicate and to move and shoot. We can aggregate out to that and think about the focal point of U.S. foreign policy right now, the Indo-PACOM theater, and even doing the tyranny of distance over a maritime domain. And in that context, you have an anti-access area denial complex. In other words, you have this umbrella that makes penetration by any sort of force exceedingly difficult and costly relative to for example, an austere environment. So that terrain dramatically impacts. I know in the last panel we were talking about Ukraine having trench warfare overlaid with all of these fiber optic cables. That's a different terrain than a rugged mountainous one or a forested domain or, again, like the urban setting. So of course, that has to be taken into account. But then once you go beyond just the geographic, just the physical concrete environment, you also have to consider that these are battle spaces. They're not just battlegrounds. So lifting upward into a three-dimensional and also an electromagnetic or digital and cyber layer here, you have to incorporate all of those data links kind of wending from space, which is critical for the modern war zones, through the aerial domain, the electromagnetic linkages that allow combatants to communicate, to target, to execute operations, to use kill chains through the conflict. And then if we got even more complicated, we could start talking about some of the systems, the battlefield systems. So from ground to space to systems. And those systems include the interaction of all of these nodes, but it also includes the people and the minds. And this is where we're going to start getting even more abstract, because you have different intents and motivations, and no matter how ubiquitous your sensors, no matter how rich and real-time your intelligence, that still can't tell you something about intent. And that's why I think even with modern warfare becoming more sensor saturated, I think we're still going to see surprise in warfare, maybe even more than in the past. So there's a lot more nodes and seams that can be disrupted and sabotaged as we start talking about battle systems. So I'll let you guys follow on from there.
I guess as a follow-up is to get more low level is there any example of either a conflict happening now or in the past where, you know, where part of it has geography, you know, played a role? I guess more far in the past, what I've been thinking about is a little factoid here is like how, you know, Switzerland, part of the reason why they were neutral is because they get away with it with their geographic features that made it really, you know, onerous to invade them. That kind of affected their policy making and being a more neutral player. But I guess more now, like, think of some applied examples of this with Ukraine and Russia, anything in the Middle East, or any other active conflict, if you can think of.
Yeah, I think probably the Gaza conflict would be a good place for us to look when we talk about the centrality of geography, because it is that conflict has been subterranean and urban, two highly complex environments. And the IDF has had to innovate with technology to discriminate across the demography and to bring those other things in. So in the subterranean conflict, early on there was 3 different groups that were specialized for subterranean warfare that had done training for that environment. And even then, they found themselves pretty stymied by a lot of the challenges. So subterranean warfare is, you have very limited communication. It's very canalized, so it constricts movements and increases risks. And a lot of those areas are booby traps. So it's a very risky environment, very difficult to clear and even map and survey some of those tunnel systems. And so to kind of jump ahead, one of the ways that they innovated through this was using micro-tactical UAS that was embedded with artificial intelligence that could do surveying. They would send them through in kind of daisy-chained links where they were pinging off of each other to maintain communication relays throughout these complex caves. And they were mapping, they were identifying explosives and ordnance, they were identifying humans that were armed throughout, and they were able to identify traps in a lot of cases. And being small, they were able to maneuver through some of the more constricted environments. They started with those robotics, the dogs, the robotic dogs by, what is it?
Boston.
That's it, Boston Dynamics.
Yep.
And they found that even they weren't maneuverable enough in that really complex terrain inside. So moved to these micro-tactical UAS. So I think that, and then also the urban environment. Israel is one of the drone entrepreneurs of the world. And so seeing how they've used them in this conflict, there is a unit, the Rephaim unit, which Ghost unit, if you will. They have been doing a lot of prototype testing and trying to create good feedback loops through the manufacturers and the acquisition pathways, they had been experimenting with something called drone bans ahead of the invasion. And when it began, they really rapidly diffused and trained a lot of the IDF forces. These bans are a combination of small and intermediate-sized UAS, some of them used for reconnaissance, some of them used already rigged with munitions, and they were able to embed these into some of the units so that they could do urban warfare more flexibly, because those built-up environments and those civilian-dense environments are highly complex to operate in. Kind of talking more about what we discussed yesterday evening with some of the ethical challenges. And so they've been able to utilize unmanned platforms and remove some of the hazards and also forecast their entry through some of the unmanned platforms to mitigate risk to themselves and then also to reduce risks to civilians in theater. So I think it's a good example of how the geography has significantly influenced the technology and the demography of how you prosecute a conflict.
I actually have a little bit of a follow-up question. So you mentioned Ukraine shortly. So I think Ukraine's a really unique case in terms of what kind of warfare is going on there and what have you seen how are soldiers adapting to the geography of the war zone? Because I feel like we're seeing a very unique type of war fighting where there's a mix of trench and highly technological warfare going on in Ukraine.
That's another case where the technology has really impacted the transition from the initial invasion, and right now, for a long time, we've been in a positional or an attrition warfare, and we've seen them embed in trenches. And so a lot of my work, you're going to hear more on emerging technologies. That doesn't mean other technologies are not important, but that's just my expertise, so it's going to come forward. So I do a lot of work on UAS or drones, on artificial intelligence. In that conflict, I think drones, the small drones, for the first time, we started seeing a state substantively assimilate small UAS. Before that, this was a story of two parallel pathways where states had advanced military-grade drones, and they mostly used them as a tactical adjunct because most of the nations that could field drones, and we're talking about things like Predators and Reapers, they already had advanced air forces. And drones provide mostly the same capacities as an advanced air force, as manned craft, but with some pros and cons. So they can loiter, they can discriminate better, they can penetrate airspace with less escalation. At the same time, they're slower, they're prone to data link disruptions and to hacking. They don't have any air-to-air or surface-to-air countermeasures for the most part. So they were mostly just an appropriate choice under certain conditions in modern warfare. Separately, we had the commercial drone industry normalize around 2012, 2013, and all of a sudden we saw violent non-state actors have the capacity to field a crewed air force and to have a type of air power that they'd never have before. And that's a quantum leap for some of these groups that historically have had to make do with a lot of resource constraints against stronger actors. So that was a pretty significant change. But I think most scholars and practitioners didn't see these things crossing. States didn't seem to have an interest in child's toys or in Amazon drones that these terrorists were wielding because that's all they could attain because of capacity limitations. Then Russia-Ukraine started. And I think in many ways, Ukraine looked to Russia more like a violent non-state actor looks to a strong state. And I'm not applying any normative things. I'm saying in terms of relative capacity, Ukraine was weaker and had to innovate amid resource constraints. And they've been doing this since 2014 in the Donbass. They've been doing what's called poor man's drone warfare. If you look up YouTube videos, they've been self-advertising by that. But they had some of the earliest civil society innovations with small UAS. And so once states started to see the utility of small UAS in conflict, especially as a sort of architectural innovation for combined arms warfare, it's allowed them to use their conventional assets in a more effective way in the geography of Ukraine. So they have limited, exquisite assets that they want to preserve and that they want to maneuver. And having this sort of pocket reconnaissance that's very flexible for a ground unit, that enables them to attain a sort of high ground and to have real-time reconnaissance and to do fire designation and correction in ways that they couldn't before has been exceptional for their ability to withstand a stronger actor. And we know early on this really caught Russia on its heels, even though they'd seen violent non-state actors use drones, including to great effect against them, like in Syria. But seeing it at scale, seeing it in this combined arms format, I think is what it took for the rest of the world to recognize that utility. And since then, the use of unmanned platforms, not just the small, tactical, but also creating this diversity across the full spectrum of drone warfare has made a pretty significant impact on the way this war is being prosecuted.
Thank you. I guess one last thing on the topic of geography, and this is something that Dr. Wilson had mentioned previously when I was talking with him, something about the choke points of the world created, by where water meets land, like ports, things like that. He mentioned compute provinces, where certain geographic assets are in the right combination that, make it easy to control commerce or produce certain goods. What are your thoughts on that? And is that more of a high-level political thing, or would that come into play in a war zone, an active war zone, those kind of geographic choke points? I guess I'm thinking, the best example in my mind of a geographic choke point is something like, a canal. But your thoughts on that and how it might influence a conflict directly, or just maybe wider political, strategic considerations with that?
Yeah. So I think not just choke points, but strategic sites of strategic value, logistical nodes, anything that can incapacitate a nation to field force. Those are our prime targets in any sort of conflict. And as we talk more about irregular warfare, we're talking about a more conventional with some irregular tactics in Ukraine. Again, it's kind of the same. We see a state, non-state matchup in Gaza, and we could talk about other conflicts. But as we talk about irregular and unconventional fighting, we have to expand and consider that where active fighting is occurring is not always the primary or sole war zone. That's part of what unconventional conflict and irregular warfare is. It's looking at the periphery. It's looking at the connections between those flashpoints and the sparks that are outside of that. So generally, a war zone should be a place where war is prosecuted and military targets are the only valid thing and combatants are recognizable. You can discriminate them easily in a perfect world. But in irregular warfare, rarely are any of those criteria met. You have a significant challenge identifying who are the combatants because they intentionally embed in the population. And the norms tend to be very different in those conflicts, especially when you have an existential threat or when you have a non-state actor that abrades against state norms and the law. They do target civilians, both property and humans, and they do target logistical nodes that the effects really reverberate outside of that and cause cascading problems. So we can talk about several examples. I know Dr. Lee was talking about the Houthis in Yemen and how much of a challenge that's posed to commercial traffic and even military in the Red Sea. And not 10 years ago, they were a relatively rudimentary group. They are sponsored by Iran. They now have not just advanced military-grade drones, but they have technical specifications and the ability to indigenously manufacture them. So they build their own platforms and munitions, and they harass commercial traffic in this zone. They're the ones who allegedly caused 5% of global oil to dry up in the Saudi Aramco Abqaiq attack. So I think those things are crucial when we talk about irregular warfare. Those logistical nodes, those transitional places like ports that have high civilian traffic that significantly enrich and make a society more vibrant, those are absolutely the places that are targeted by norm-abrading actors or by those that are hoping to cripple an adversary's ability to sustain forces. So we have to consider those in war zones too.
Okay, so I have another one for you. So we're a big, shifting topics here a little bit, we're a big cyber and information warfare school. What does it mean to win the information war or to achieve information dominance? Like and then after that, how do actors attain information dominance?
We're going to have to kind of flux out and in, because winning an information war has long time horizons and multiple kind of consistent iterations. Information dominance can be winnowed down to a point in time space in an operation. So at large, information dominance, we talked about this a lot last night with narrative framing and leadership, with the will to fight and morale. So this is really challenging in a world of democratized information. And I think we're probably going to inevitably talk about democratization of destruction, but we also have to talk about some of the other democratization things here. So we touched lightly on social media or mass media. Another one of my areas of research is artificial intelligence and how this is enabling weaker actors, violent non-state actors, weaker states, to have the kind of media apparatus that stronger actors have. And so it's kind of enabling them to bridge the parity gap that has existed for a long time. So to win an information war, as though this is like some easy formula I'm going to give you, it's impossible. You have to have sustained attention, you have to have flexibility, and you have to have narrative shaping and structuring power, which I'm going to point to one of the cadets, wherever he is in the room, who presented yesterday and talked about our ability to kind of red team ourselves, to recognize vulnerabilities and to shore those up. There he is. Hey. But also being able to target other audiences and to shape those narratives in foreign publics and in the publics of our allies and our partners. So there's multiple audiences, a different message is appropriate for each one. The messages have to evolve given the culture and given the events that intervene. And it has to be rapid, it has to be extremely timely, because whoever has that, I wouldn't say even the information advantage, but almost an algorithmic advantage anymore, because of the way social media works and because of the way artificial intelligence galvanizes that. Whoever can maintain that algorithmic advantage today and establish the first frame of a narrative. Frames are very sticky in narrative. So whoever can do that first and well has a significant advantage in an information conflict. And they are pervasive and they are persistent. So this is an example of how irregular warfare blurs the lines between war and peace. It's not that we're in wartime and then discretely, separately in peacetime, where our activities are substantively different. In this middle ground, this gray zone, we are constantly having to contend with these kinds of things. So I think that we have to kind of level set our expectations, our commitment of attention and resources, if we do want to compete in the gray zone and if we do want to compete in information warfare.
Thank you.
And so just to be clear, like with information warfare, it's involving things like who controls the narrative of the information, and also maybe if they, that part of that could be controlling what actual information is released through things like social media, mainstream media, algorithms as well. I'm glad you mentioned that, especially with things like Instagram, TikTok. Is that a good picture of like some avenues for how one might have information dominance, at least that term?
Yeah, let me give you an example, because
yeah.
With social media, with its speed and the magnitude of traffic on it, I'm going to go all the way back to, I think, 2007 or 2008. So this is an old example, and I want you to be able to extrapolate how this even happens now. Is anyone familiar with Operation Valhalla in Iraq? Does this ring a bell for anyone? There was a special forces unit that did a raid on a militia in Iraq, and they did kill some. They took some captive, and in the hour that it took them to get back to their base, the other members of the militia showed up to the scene. They rearranged the bodies of the slain in a posture of prayer, took photos, and posted on social media alleging that the American forces killed them while they were in an act of worship. And special forces units were wearing body cams so they could easily contest this narrative, but it took the US military 4 days to put out a formal statement because they had to do the full investigation. Do you think in the populations where this was disseminated that the 4 days later statement rebutting it made a difference? No, absolutely not. So that's an example of how public attention, which the public tends to have a very loud voice and a very short memory, how these types of narratives can get seeded and can cause some kind of uproar, and it pushes things that may have been like C-list items on the national security agenda up to the A-list for short periods of time. So they can be really fascinating distractions from what our priorities should be maybe for safety and security. And the way emerging technologies are bringing publics more into conflict, like the Russia-Ukraine war, we're seeing drone warfare in real time. It's very visceral. You can Google things and see a person's body parts explode from a munition dropping on them because of the camera on the drone. The public's never been exposed to things like that. I mean, the invention of the television changed the way the public interacted with war. And then the CNN wars changed the way the public saw that in real time. And now they're getting like a frontline view of it. And they're more exposed to it because these threats are more commercialized. A commercial drone can be carrying a munition in an urban center in the US. Cyber attacks regularly impact civilians. And so bringing them more into this, I think the public's participation in conflict is changing, which is creating new pressures on leaders in some ways to redirect their attention and resources for security provision.
Okay, thank you. I think that's because I think a lot of people have trouble conceptualizing what information warfare is. So I think it was a great example. Two things I noticed what you said is distractions. That's a big part of the role social media plays intentionally and, well, usually a lot of the time intentionally. And also that example was very well said. So I'll hand it over to Forza for the next question relating to information warfare.
Yeah, I actually do have just a curiosity question. Do you have any modern, like some examples from Russia, Ukraine, or Israel, Palestine, that kind of like posturing that they are like rearranging bodies to control a narrative? Like, I'm not very connected with the news as of late. I don't really have access to my phone, but like if you could give any current examples, I'd appreciate it.
You told me yesterday you read news on your computer, so no excuse.
It's fair, when I can.
Yes. Well, we could talk about Gaza in terms of information warfare. Right after the October 7 attacks, there was a spate of videos released on TikTok that suggested that there was no attack, that the Israelis were filming the attack, and that it was like a stage setup, and they were filming, they had some of the real footage, and then it was like, okay, cut, and now it's over, and all of this is fake. So some actors were trying to contest that it even happened. So that's, I think, a more modern example of the ways they try to use information to reshape a narrative, even against all empirical evidence. Yeah, hopefully that's a more useful one. I could come up with probably a lot of these examples. I do want to say about information dominance. I think that's a little bit of a different idea when it comes to the operational tactical, because operations, I mean, they're very fast-paced, and you have a lot of incoming data, especially if you are in a kind of distributed operation. You're not able to stay linked up to command and control, and you have to execute mission command in your own isolated environment. Having the ability to counter-scout and to understand what the enemy is doing, I think that's part of what I mean by information dominance today, because there are so many levels to the battle space and system. Keeping tabs on all of them and understanding how they move together, and their sum total is more than the parts, is part of information dominance at the tactical level, and they're both really important.
And I guess that leads into the next two questions, which the next one right after goes into how that dominant, or information war, I guess the dominance, how dominant that information dominance is used in an active conflict. And you give some examples of like distracting from what's actually happening or changing the narrative. So I guess if we could look, I guess I could go to the question after that, which kind of talks about what does having that information dominance mean for those who are fighting in a war zone directly, either those running it at officer level or those actually fighting it. What tangible benefits or challenges does that create when they're actually in that war zone fighting a conflict?
So it depends on the war and the war zone, but like in Ukraine, you have positional warfare, because the battlefield is so lethal that moving is sometimes lethal, right? And so a lot of, and we can also talk about like the Taiwan theater and some of the other theaters. When you're in that kind of situation, you only have these small windows of opportunity. And so you have to have pulsed power in those windows of opportunity. You have to be ready, you have to exploit them. At the same time, if we start talking about the strategic envelope of narratives and info operations in that, how do you know that your window of opportunity is not a trap? If you think the adversary's communications, or C2, is down for an interval where you have an advantage to move, how do you know that that's not being spoofed to lure you into some kind of setup? Unless you have information dominance about not just the tactical operational level, but the strategic things that they're doing, you don't. And so you subject yourself to risks. You either subject yourself to the risk of not taking the opportunity if it's real, or of taking it if it's not. So I think being able to have this information grid, I wanted to point out, we have this grid system for our multi-domain operations. If anyone wants to look into the Army's doctrine on this, I can give you the specific ones, but we have that sensor grid and the information, like the C2 grid and the effects grid and the battlefield damage assessment grid. China has a fifth layer that they've added, the information contestation grid, and I think they're onto something. I think we should probably be considering how we can nest an additional grid onto our perspective of the battle space, because information dominance and contestation is crucial at every single level of warfare. So they have plans, for instance, in their A2AD, their anti-access area denial approach, they have plans to send up decoys, in addition to sending up mass, which Dr. Lee was also talking about. Right now, he was mentioning, which I really appreciated, the emphasis that the US military has on quality, on our qualitative edge, and we're seeing a return of mass to the battlefield. But I actually think something more is happening, because there's really only been two regimes throughout history, mass and then precision. And the US pioneered the precision warfare regime, but now that regime has matured. Other actors are just as successful in it. And what we've seen as other adversaries try to offset the US's prowess in precision warfare is a return to mass, but there's a collapse in the binary between mass and precision. Our adversaries have precise mass. They have precision at the cost of ammunition through some of these commercial and democratized platforms. And we continue to chase down iterative improvements in our exquisite platforms that cost billions. The US spends more than the next 18 countries combined on the military, and yet we still are getting beaten by violent non-state actors in some theaters. So we really have to think about the way this character is changing, and we're seeing a combination of mass and precision, and that we need to have scalability across that in irregular warfare. Sorry, I went off on a tangent.
That's fine. I guess I'll have kind of Forza go to the cyber warfare or cyber part of things with technology and war zones.
Yeah, so what role, moving from information dominance, so what role does cyber attacks play in war zones, and what has to be considered, like what adjustments have to be made for cyber warfare by soldiers, like in current conflict?
That's a big question. Cyber warfare plays tons of roles. And you're saying specifically in war zones. I often think about cyber war more as intelligence than I do as warfare. There's a slim sliver of instances where it is warfare, especially when it's like cyber plus kinetic. I'm thinking of Operation Apple Orchard, where Israel they spoofed the aerial defense systems to look like nothing was coming and then did a kinetic attack. So I think there are very few instances where cyber is actually an act of full-on warfare, where it's part of the operations. Most of the time I think of cyber as more of a sabotage, an espionage, and an intelligence activity. But it's crucial in the modern era. I mean, the digital infrastructure, all of our military operations rest on a fairly fragile digital infrastructure, our space infrastructure, and I know there's a lot of efforts to make our space more resilient, But right now, we kind of are banking on the hope that that doesn't become another war zone, or a traditional conventional war zone. And I guess, do you want specific examples? I think there's a lot of examples of how crucial cyber is for a nation's security, commercial operations, civilian operations, and it's commonly targeted because it doesn't take a lot of technical skills, because defense is more difficult than offense. You have to defend everywhere all the time to be successful at defense, which is impossible. You only have to be successful one time with a cyber attack. And even if it is just a point impact, and even if it does dissipate quickly, it still does rattle a public. It still does require some kind of response, usually an outsized response, so that the leadership can demonstrate that they are doing something to secure you for the future. So I think it is a common way for adversaries to create dilemmas for the US, for the West, and again, to potentially distract from other things that are going on. So it's used in combination and in isolation, and it's a big deal.
And I guess, so it seems like it's more used, at least with Ukraine. I saw a lot about how Russia had attacked, state-owned companies and the infrastructure there using cyber attacks. So is it accurate to say that's more so used to kind of soften up targets or cause more internal disarray instead of one-on-one active conflicts on the battlefield?
I am an empirical scientist, and I'm very careful when I don't know the empirics. I don't know the most common, statistically most common uses of cyber in the Ukraine war. I know I am going to intuit that the uses to undermine logistics, commercial operations, et cetera, is more common. So cyber is not a pure synonym of electronic warfare, right? Yeah. So in the battlefields, like interdicting the data links and using them to pinpoint a pilot and then go attack, I wouldn't consider those identical. They happen in the electromagnetic spectrum, electronic warfare, but I think there are kind of two sides to this, and it blurs. There are cyber attacks during wartime on wartime targets, and then also not. There's electronic warfare in all of this, so I think it's a little more complicated than that. But I don't know the empirical patterns, so I'm not going to make a statement about that.
No, apologies for mixing that up with the electromagnetic spectrum versus cyber warfare. That's something that's kind of been pushed here more. We have an electromagnetic spectrum club, so a lot of students are learning about that. So I guess, you mentioned how cyber attack could be considered an active war. Is that what you're saying, or it's kind of a blurry line? Because I was watching appearance you made on, I think it was DW News, and you kind of mentioned that where, at least with NATO, Article 5, Russia's kind of pushing, or someone else maybe on the segment said this, where they're kind of pushing to see what NATO response would be to, the drones in Poland and Estonia that's been occupying airspace and hurting people there. And so is there a gray area there for what is considered an active war with cyber warfare, electronic warfare?
Yeah, I think so. So most cyber attacks are classified as criminal, not military, not warfare, which to me, it's pretty fascinating that our cyber comm is a military command. I think we could have some debates about the utility of that classification because a lot of it is intelligence, and then the other side of it is it's more criminal. But in contexts where it's being used specifically for military purposes, it's actually not NATO Article 5, which is about coming to the defense of an ally under attack. And as some of the speakers said yesterday, that article doesn't require it. It says that we will view an attack on our allies as an attack on us, and we will decide the best response, essentially. That response may be nothing, or it may be something much short of actual defense. But separate from that, UN Article, I think 52, it's either 52 or 57, it sketches the threshold for an armed attack that merits self-defense of a sovereign nation. That's the one that's pretty gray. It doesn't address cyber attacks on space infrastructure, and some of these gray zone attacks or things like drone incursions, like unmanned platform incursions, it doesn't address them well. And currently there is a lot of angst and debate over how we should address that. I think the transition is going toward viewing attacks more as effects-based than platform-based. So if the effect of the cyber attack reaches a certain threshold, then we can consider it an armed attack that merits some kind of armed response. But I don't think we're there yet. I think it's just a meaningful proposal to rethink in the modern era with emerging technologies and things like the cyberspace, how we should be interpreting that. But I don't think it's very clear. And there are examples, I think, of actual cyber attacks on some kind of military infrastructure, yeah.
Thank you, and Forza, if you want to either go to the next cyber warfare question,
no,
or we
yeah.
can move on to the other topic.
Yeah, no, so I have to quickly, I want to bring us back to drones quick because
Oh, yeah.
you mentioned those videos, like you've seen the videos of like small inexpensive drones like dropping grenades on soldiers in trenches or soldiers like who had just opened the hatch like onto their tank and just cheap drones just dropping a single grenade in there, like especially like Israel, Ukraine, Russia. They're playing a big role in these conflicts where these soldiers are effectively sitting ducks, where they don't have a readily available way to efficiently combat these drones. So my question for you is, there's no current doctrine or no current way on how we should defend against these drones. I don't know if you have any ideas on that, because I'm personally curious.
So doctrine is being developed. I've worked with the Marine Warfighter Lab as they're developing organic capabilities to do that, both the defense and the employment of small UAS. I know the Army is sprinting to try to get this more into their units now that they're seeing how useful it is in modern ground war. You said especially in Gaza, especially in Russia, Ukraine. But a lot of my work has been all the way back to 2005, terrorist organizations doing this. So I have 2 decades of empirical examples I could give you that not a lot of people were paying attention to before this conflict, but now this demonstration point has elicited so much interest, and it is moving fast now. But there's actually, I think, a bigger problem. Most of the world has not conceptualized aerial defense. In certain places where it's rather meaningful, where you have targets that really need to be hardened, like Israel has their Iron Dome moving toward their Iron Beam to mitigate the small UAS. Iron Dome is about ballistic and rocket fire, and the target acquisition algorithms don't identify the low, slow UAS that have started to penetrate their airspace, so now they're pivoting to a different aerial defense architecture. Most places in the world don't have that. Certainly not in the entirety of a country, but now basically the whole world is vulnerable to the aerial vector with commercial UAS and with small UAS. And as states have gotten into this game, it used to be that they were serving as the research and development surrogate. They were taking along a lot of the risk and the technical engineering aspects. But as states have started to demand small UAS for combat, that is up-leveling the violent non-state actors. Because before they had to retool them for conflict, they saw a different use for them than the manufacturers intended, and they were having to jury-rig them to put makeshift munitions and drop mechanisms. Now, they're being made that way with far superior technologies. So I think that that's a significant problem for defense, this whole idea of the democratization of destruction, and this open innovation era that we're in. And I think we're going to see some really surprising combinations of technologies, convergences of technologies, and combinations of old and new that are going to make warfare more challenging in the near future. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
So our last topic is the demography of war zones. You mentioned democratization of war. I guess I'll skip ahead to that question. What does that mean? What does that What does it mean when we democratize war or destruction? I believe, as you said, who are the people that are being given more access to influencing a conflict? And if how is that developing now? I guess at least in Ukraine, I've seen like a lot of crowdfunding. I don't know if that counts as a regular warfare, but definitely regular people have been putting at least a mental stake in what's been going on in conflicts. So.
What I mean by the democratization of destruction is that emerging commercial technologies. Like, I understand that drones are not an emerging technology, but the commercial variants and the capabilities embedded in them is new and is emerging, and it's having an impact on conflict. So because of a lot of emerging technologies, artificial intelligence too, we could talk for the rest of the panel about the way terrorists are harnessing artificial intelligence as a technical shortcut and also as a propaganda generator and for recruitment and radicalization, which is extensive. But just broadly about emerging technologies, it is expanding the number of actors, the type of actors, the density of combatants, the variety of agendas and motivations in war zones. So previously, there was a technical capacity limitation. So most violent non-state actors, weak states, like Shandor was talking about yesterday, these smaller states that really can't field a conventional force to effect and should really pivot to look at unconventional force structuring. So most of them cannot, they don't have the financial intensity, the infrastructural, and the technical capacity to field these really advanced, exquisite militaries. There's only a few in the world that are capable of doing that. And so it kept other actors down and out of that game. They're outgunned, they're outmanned, they're under-resourced in terms of information and human capital. Not the case anymore with a lot of these technologies. Again, now a lone wolf or a small cell terrorist organization can field a UAS or a small cluster of them and cause significant impact on a stronger adversary. Or they can harness some of these other emerging information technologies, digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and they can have an outsized impact in conflict. So it's lowering the threshold necessary to enter the combat zones, and consequently more entering it. And that puts a lot of pressure on security providers because we have to contend with more in general, but also a greater variety. And that requires scalability. It requires discrimination and discernment across that spectrum to know where the threats are the most likely and where they're the most catastrophic, and then to respond accordingly.
Thank you. I'll do one more question, then do one after that, just because I want to rephrase how I wrote it initially. So I wanted to talk about irregular warfare, and I guess, and you can define that as well, but in your own words. But I wanted to bring that up because with irregular warfare, we see a more diverse group of people getting involved in conflict. So I was wondering, how would you define irregular warfare, and who are the people that get involved in regular warfare generally, like conceptually, and then if you can think of any things happening now or in the past. Who are the kinds of people that would get involved in irregular warfare, or who are affected or doing it themselves?
I'm sure there's a wonderful academic definition of irregular warfare out there that I wish I could spout. I think it's a variety or a combination of activities below the threshold of conventional conflict that seek to either create dilemmas for an adversary to compete better, or to galvanize your own force relative to an adversary. And I don't think I could catalog all of the things that entails. That's kind of what makes it irregular, is it's all of the other stuff that can fit in there, from the information domain all the way up to some of these more kinetic gray zone activities. But it's done there so as not to escalate to conventional warfare. Total modern war, as we've seen in Russia and Ukraine, the conflict there, it is very costly. And having two near-peer adversaries go to a total war it would be catastrophic. And I think we have significant incentives to avoid it. So I know that the name of the game these days is deterrence. I know we just changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War, but I think for a long time it's tried to be the Department of Deterrence. And it's interesting because we transitioned. Deterrence was born because of nuclear weapons. But I think we make a mistake that technologies that have come after nuclear weapons deter in the same way or have the same kind of logic. Deterrence studies really shifted us from the science of military studies to an art of deterrence, which takes much more knowledge of the adversary. It's much more about shaping the behavior and the incentive structures of your adversary so that they don't do the thing you don't want and they do the thing you want them to do. So I think it's a lot more expansive, and it gets more into this irregular area. And in a lot of ways, I think irregular warfare are the pressure valves that keep us out of total modern war with a near-peer adversary. And consequently, I think those are the most likely wars, like we were talking about in the last panel. Historically, they have always been the most likely wars. We should be prepared to deter a great power war, but we should also be prepared to win the most likely next war, which is probably a small war, probably an irregular war. And I want to submit that the force structuring that, or the technologies and the behaviors that are good for deterrence, they're not always the same things that are good for winning. So you have your technologies that are good for warning nations, good for winning. We could ask which ones fall into this category. Sometimes I have my students map this. You have some that are good for watching, for ISR, that you don't actually want them to deter, because if an adversary knows they're there, which is necessary for deterrence, then you've kind of spoiled it. And we have some that are good for working with others. So we really need to be mindful about the way we structure our forces across all of these activities so that we can deter great power war, win irregular wars that are going to continue to happen at some level, and also keep an eye on everything and work with our allies and partners.
Okay, so you always think that in the next couple of years, you think there's always going to be kind of some of these like irregular wars going on that we have to be prepared for and kind of have to like adjust our, you said there's weapons of war. So you kind of categorize them as there's weapons of war and there's weapons of deterrence, and they're not exactly interchangeable. So is there anything you would say like we should adjust or we should like fall more into in terms of both those categories?
I mean, I'm coming from air power and space power, and the Air Force has divested of almost all of its irregular warfare capacities. So back to the institutional memory that we so happily forget. They've divested of their combat air advisors, of a lot of their security force assistance capacity. And if anyone would listen to me who makes decisions, I would say that is an extraordinary mistake. We need to maintain those deep roots so that when something does flare up, we already have the ready-made capacity and infrastructure to respond organically. That doesn't mean that we should siphon all resources away from great power competition. It means that we need to do things smarter, and we need to stop creating false dichotomies. All of those things, again, they're connected to great power competition. They're the places where we allow those intensive tensions and pressures to diffuse in the periphery. And so we can't separate them and act like we have two separate paradigms here. It's the same paradigm. They're connected. So, do we have time for questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
For audience, or?
Yeah, I would love to take audience questions.
Yeah, we can transition to audience questions.
Yeah.
I think we'll have probably about 15 minutes for audience questions, and then we'll do brief concluding remarks. So if somebody has a question, they can go to the mics on the left or right. We'll get started in a sec.
Good morning. Oh, there we go. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. So my question is regarding the evolution of warfare. So we've seen that the evolution of IEDs, for example, started with a makeshift pressure plate with a 2x4, a nail, and some wire. We see with drones specifically that the Ukrainians and the Russians have taken 60mm mortars or 120s with 300 to 600 grams of C4, and it's devastating. How can the United States fix the public and private sector cohesion issue where we can't mass produce drones in a similar capacity due to right to repair issues?
There's a lot in that. You're first talking about the evolution of warfare and technologies, right? And I do think the commercial industry, not that they're the sole actor, but I do think they're on the leading edge of a lot of the innovations happening right now. I would liken the current era to the end of the 1800s, where a couple brothers invented air power, a guy in his garage invented explosives. We're seeing the same type of pattern where a lot of that comes from the civilian infrastructure first and then becomes useful for military combat. But now it's globalized, so it diffuses much faster, which is its own problem, which gets to your question. How do we reform our acquisition pathways to harness and embrace that rather than it become a liability? I think there's already a lot of recognition and work. It takes a lot to change a bureaucracy, right? But there was since like 2014, I would say that the DoD is aware of this acquisition problem. After World War II, Eisenhower set really good rules for private industry's integration with DoD acquisition, and somewhere along the way, the lack of the existential pressure, not putting the industrialists and the technologists and the military operators in a feedback loop, that all kind of diminished. And I think the movement away from multiple companies in competition in that space, creating a labyrinth of bureaucracy, all the red tape, all of the oversight, that's where we've gotten today. And like in the 1990s, we went from having 117 to 5 major defense providers. That's a problem. Between 2011 and 2014, we saw like tens of thousands of other smaller companies leave the DoD acquisition because of these same problems. So reform is afoot. I just hope that it's fast enough. There was, we have our first defense industrial strategy that was published last year, and it's recognizing these problems. There have been surveys fielded to ask private companies, like, what are the big barriers to you getting involved here? There's certifications, there's classification protocols, there's different contractual timelines and payments that they need to reform. So my prescription would be to allow multiple pathways for companies to get into the DoD infrastructure. Some of them need to be short ramps, and they need to be more rapid payments for smaller contracts. And then you can scale all the way up to our big 5 that like to have the long-term research and development of the most exquisite platforms. We need to scale down and dip down and embrace them. And we also should probably, to some degree, do capabilities as a service for certain things like software. Most companies develop software and reform it iteratively. We need it to be perfect, a perfect iteration for deployment. So we should probably look to some analogs in commercial industry, build trust now, and build pathways now, so that when we really need to scale up, should that ever happen, we're ready.
Follow on to that is, as capabilities as a service specifically, across SOF specifically, we have innovation labs. Every CSU critical support unit has an innovation lab. So within right to repair, versus capabilities as a service. I'm going to use one manufacturer, for example, Skydio. They're currently the primary supporter for our drone innovation. How do we approach it by prioritizing capabilities versus the product? Whereas Skydio creates a product at capabilities as a service, it's too expensive versus right to repair in an innovation lab using 3D printers or commercial off-the-shelf situation.
Yeah. I think that's really insightful. I really like what you're thinking about. And we could be creative about it. One, I know some companies like Palantir, they send their engineers into the field to repair their platforms under fire. Or maybe we add engineers, more types of engineers to units that can fix these things. Maybe we have like expeditionary 3D printing from our mothballed platforms that can go to a site and offer those kinds of services on the fly because they're dire for in-theater needs. So I think there's a number of ways we could address it if we chose to innovate, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. We talked a lot about looking at things like in past talks, it was talked about guerrilla warfare, looking at smaller terrorist organizations and small state actors. Do you think they will always be ahead of us in terms of their usage of irregular warfare? Or do we have a chance of actually surmounting them and applying our own things as a strong state actor?
I'm going to pull off of what Shandor said yesterday. So he was citing, and his book is really building on and advancing some studies, some empirical studies that were done on direct versus indirect, right? So like making this a 2x2 table that scholars love so we can simplify it. When violent non-state actors, weak actors, when they use indirect tactics like guerrilla warfare, sabotage attacks, and when strong state actors also use indirect, they tend to win about 76% of the time, and conflicts are at least 2 years shorter. So really what this is about is every strategy has an ideal counter strategy. And when we have an actor that employs irregular warfare, guerrilla tactics, we need to have the capability to contour with an ideal counter strategy. So yes, I do think that strong states could, should they choose, stay on the leading edge of this if they know, well, they also have to have the political will. I think in some ways we know how, but we also have to have the political will to do it and the strategic incentive to do it. It is true that because of those pressures, violent non-state actors, terrorist organizations, most of them don't survive past their first year because of the asymmetry gap. So there is an enormous premium on them to innovate, and their innovation epicycles are usually a lot faster. And I think it would be wise for us to observe and sometimes emulate them. If we could use shortcuts, scholars like me that study them carefully, we could use shortcuts like that, and then kind of going from the last student, using touch points like those innovation units. I've had, for a regular warfare initiative, I fostered an article about how the Marines can emulate narco-terrorists with their drones, their drone subs. They've been doing that since the early 2000s. So I think we could do a lot of things. We could choose the right counter strategy. We could use shortcuts and those feedback loops to emulate more quickly. But we also have to have the risk tolerance and the willingness to give new things a try on a rapid clip.
Thank you. Good morning. My question is in relation to information warfare. Given the totality of publicly accessible OSINT, the observable area of operations for the Strato Front continues to grow. Populations have witnessed the confirmation of dozens of corporate and governmental conspiracies, causing millions to cognitively tap out of searching for the truth. While building this new cognitive weapon system of narrative cultivation, how can operators retain journalistic integrity so as not to mire the reputation that the entire system relies on?
Okay. Ask me that in one simpler sentence. I think I got it all, but rephrase it.
A lot of people are refusing to continue to look for the truth based off of all of the information. How can we retain that integrity so that they listen to what we have to say?
Excellent. Okay, so multiple kind of answers to this. One is at the individual level. You said, how can we? Like, I think you're saying us as individuals, right? I think one of the things that we need to do to cognitively prepare for modern and future war is develop the skills to parse data, to parse different sources of evidence, some of them being historical case studies, some of them being kind of modern analogs, some of them being things like statistical evidence. If you have the ability to kind of triangulate the evidence and to adjudicate it well, I think you're already way ahead. You can recognize some of the markers of mis and disinformation when you can actually question the understructure of data. So I've read articles that cite this new study, this new data set that has some kind of statistic. And I'm a quantitative scientist. I'll go look at the code book, and I can tell really fast if the project has high integrity based on how they code things. Sometimes they're coded very nefariously to shape something in a specific direction. So when you have that ability, you are already better equipped to adjudicate incoming information. And then I think that we can look to civil society. We do have a very fragmented media environment, and with the kind of ubiquity of open source intelligence, we have so many different sources, it's hard to really understand which ones are valid. I think there are a lot of services out there that can do that for you to some degree. There's a lot of, like in the American political information space, there are ones that will map them so that you understand exactly where they fall and you can take that with a grain of salt. There are some that aggregate them so that you can get a total picture. And so my advice to you is to find your shortcuts. It takes a little bit of front-end work to do the investigation and to find the one that works the best for you. But once you've done it, it's a near permanent shortcut for you to be able to economize information, to get a more accurate picture refracting across the political space, and if you care, then to go down the rabbit holes and look at the primary evidence behind it. So I think that that's just necessary as responsible citizens that we do that work. I'm not a journalist. I'm going to let Simon in the next panel talk about journalistic integrity because I don't know a lot about the pressures and norms that go into the creation of media sources. I just know how to analyze and examine them for integrity on the back end, right? So, but I actually think this expansive information space has a lot of pros to it because in a very fractured media environment, having a third party that can provide some commentary and color from a source you don't trust, that actually can really help you if you know the right places to look. So I think if we can learn how to organize and structure the information space that exists, it can empower us rather than overwhelm us.
So much for your time.
Thank you. On the left here, you can start.
All right, so you mentioned earlier that warfare isn't always where the most fighting is. Do you mean by that there may be a lot of combat on the ground, but in the context of irregular warfare, the real combat is being fought on an intellectual and cybersecurity level? And if so, does that mean irregular warfare is already here and is our new normal for combat? Because previous panels have mentioned that the military needs to evolve because irregular warfare is coming, but if you look at the spate of recent cyber attacks, be they by actors who are government-backed or not, doesn't that kind of mean it's already here in a sense?
Yes. Guys, irregular warfare is as old as warfare. Like, it's not some new thing that's coming. It takes different forms, just like conventional warfare takes a different character that's a reflection of the socio-technical age, right? Irregular warfare is doing the same thing. Today, it looks like cognitive, psychological, information, and cyber operations to a significant degree. And it's well here. It has been here. We're behind in this space. So I think that's why your curators here have selected this topic. It's so germane to you now. You guys are not future warfighters. You're warfighters now in the cognitive domain.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. So my question is acknowledging something that I found very compelling was even though we spend as much as the next 18 countries combined on the Department of Defense, and given that we have been losing to non-state actors, oftentimes with them capitalizing on the democratization of destruction, and we're remedying this by essentially throwing money at the problem. As this global multipolarity results in these new domains that you mentioned, either converging or creating new liminal domains. I think the question should be asked is if we're perhaps over-relying on technology, and if so, is our goal of accomplishing strategic overmatch across all of these domains ultimately a fruitless effort? And is it a hindrance on our overall strategy? Should we be prioritizing certain domains over others?
Really good question and fantastic vocabulary. I love that you added liminal in there. This isn't an easy answer. So is over-reliance on technology to our detriment? Sometimes yes. Especially certain branches tend to be more technophilic, tends to overlook the socio side of this socio-technical thing. Ultimately, it is ideas and people and organizations using technology, that's what's gonna win wars. So yes, if you overemphasize the technology and it's technology for technology's sake, then you are setting yourself up for failure in any endeavor, including war. Are we only doing that and always doing that? I don't think so. I think it's a bias. I think there's some awareness of it. Should we divest of some domains to focus on others? I think we have to develop both depth and breadth by, again, doing this smarter, not necessarily just like taking this bucket and moving this bucket over here, because if you're doing it wrong in this bucket, chances are you're gonna do it wrong here too. Being more scalable, being more creative about the application of our resources, and also recognizing the way the military instrument harmonizes with all the others. So, especially when it comes to irregular warfare, our adversaries are creating dilemmas for us through other instruments of power, and the US kind of has a bias toward the kinetic instrument. And we like to have short-term applications with decisive outcomes, and we like to publish those to our public. And it's gonna take leadership, both military and political, to understand the context, how to contextualize the military instrument in the whole panoply of the instruments of power, and how to leverage them to our advantage, how to create packages that better accomplish our national security objectives. So I'm not gonna say let's just shift resources from one place to another, and I'm not gonna say we're doing it wholly wrong, but I do think we could do it better. And maybe after the panel, we can come up with a master plan for how, because I don't have time to tell you that right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
So I have one more question here, and then we'll do a wrap up.
Good afternoon. Kind of along the same lines of the last question, but taking a step back and looking at more of a bigger picture, do you think that we as a society are too focused on the zones that are more overtly connected to a physical war instead of looking at the other war zones like political war or cultural wars or economic wars? And a second part to this question is, do you think that we could win a war overall without winning in these other zones?
Answer to your first question, yes. And it's not just our society. I think it's kind of human nature. Mass publics don't understand the grammar of concrete war, much less all of these other abstract, indirect, subversive activities. It's very costly for them to educate themselves to the degree that it would take for them to understand all of these fine points. So I don't expect them to. I also don't know how useful it would be for the mass public to understand all these caveats of this. So I do think they focus more on what's concrete, what's available, what's vivid to them, and they respond accordingly, and they have kind of an ignorant bliss for the rest of it. So we can talk about what problems that presents insofar as the public is a target of cognitive warfare and of information operations, and what should we do to educate and make the public more resilient to that. I think the only answer, which isn't easy, is it has to be cultural. It's not going to be like a class that they take, right? First of all, they would say, no, thank you. So it has to be, were we talking about this yesterday? Microdoses? I was talking to one of you students about that. Microdoses and in the information environment that inoculates them, even sometimes unknowingly, against some of these methods that our adversaries use. So, but again, that would almost be unconscious. I don't think the mass public wants to be constantly beleaguered by warfare in every domain. That's not a healthy public, right? So it's our jobs to ensure that we're covering those domains. Tell me your second question, and then I'll continue.
Do you think that we could win in a conflict overall without winning in these other domains?
Maybe. It depends on the conflict. We have won battles without winning an overall war before, right? It depends on the animus behind the conflict. It depends on who's involved with it and their agenda, but probably increasingly less so in modern warfare. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you everyone for coming. Make sure next panel is at 1 o'clock. Dr. Schuster is the Colby Award book presentation. I'm gonna be sticking around. I gotta go back to barracks and change my door card, and then I'll be back here to see his panel. So thank you all for coming. If there's no more questions, have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, give it up for Dr. Gary Chavez.
This here? Is this, should this stay here?
Yeah, you can, I'll give a quick introduction and then. I'll wait. Got like another 2 minutes or so.
Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in about a minute.
Good.
What was that? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 1 o'clock panel on the Colby Award-winning presentation of The Showman, Inside the Invasion That Shook the World and Made a Leader of Vladimir Zelensky. It's my honor to introduce a journalist whose work has brought the world closer to the heart of one of the century's defining conflicts. Simon Schuster has reported on Russia and Ukraine for more than 15 years, most of that time as a staff correspondent for Time magazine. Born in Moscow and raised in San Francisco after his family fled the Soviet Union, Simon's life has been shaped by the forces of history that he now dedicates his life to documenting. After graduating from Stanford, he returned to Moscow to report for the Moscow Times, Reuters, and the Associated Press, covering Russia's political transformation. His reporting has taken him from the Kremlin to Kiev's Independence Square, where he witnessed Ukraine's 2014 revolution, and to Crimea, where he was the first foreign reporter to arrive during Russia's occupation. Since then, Simon has spent years covering the war in Ukraine from both sides of the front lines. He was later banned from Russia as a security threat, a testament to the power of his journalism. In 2019, he began chronicling the extraordinary rise of Vladimir Zelensky, from television comedian to wartime president. That access became the foundation of his acclaimed book, The Showman, Inside the Invasion That Shook the World and Made a Leader of Vladimir Zelensky, a vivid human portrait of leadership under fire. For his work, Simon Schuster has recently been awarded the 2025 William E. Colby Military Writers Award. Please join me in welcoming to Norwich University a reporter who has risked much to tell the truth of war and the people living in it, Simon Schuster.
Ready for me?
Of course.
Thank you so much for that generous welcome. I wonder if being banned from Russia is a testament to my reporting, but I guess so. I'll take it. I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you all so much for being here. It's an enormous honor to receive the Colby Award and to be here in front of you all to talk about my book and my experience reporting in Ukraine. And I think much more importantly for me personally, to learn about Norwich University, to soak up some of your enthusiasm about what you want to do with your careers, to take a tour of the campus and also to meet some of the other panelists that have spoken here in the last couple of days. It's been fascinating, so thank you for hosting and having me here. It's an enormous honor. So just by way of background, yeah, I met, as Forrester explained, I met President Zelensky in 2019 when he was an upstart candidate for president of Ukraine, actor, comedian, very famous comedian, comparable to like Jon Stewart or something in the United States. Ran for president. I had been reporting on Ukraine for many years already, about 10 years at that point. So there was nothing unusual about me approaching him and saying, all right, well, you think you can be president? Let's do an interview, let's talk. So we got to know each other a bit during his presidential campaign, and I continued reporting on his administration after he won. So it wasn't particularly surprising to him or unusual that when the full-scale invasion started, I approached him and his team again and said, do you mind if I hang around and report and chronicle what is happening, how you're responding to the historic and tragic events unfolding in this country? And he kind of said, all right, what does that mean for me? What's in it for me, and what does that mean for me? And that kind of gets to the point of the talk I want to give today. It's generally about something that's come up a lot in the last couple of days, so narrative formation, narrative dominance in the context of a war. So my idea to write a book about Zelensky in 2022, I first talked to him about this in April, so about 2 months into the invasion. It struck him as not particularly useful. The tools that he needed to dominate and shape the narrative, something that I think you'd all agree he's quite good at, were social media, television. Those media allow him to get his message across in seconds. A book is slow. A book takes a long time to write. And he asked me during this first conversation, Simon, when do you expect to finish this book of yours? I said, well, a year at least. I was being optimistic. And he said, what, you think the war will not be over in a year? Sure enough, we're now approaching the 4-year anniversary. And despite his kind of ambivalent attitude toward the book idea, he allowed me to do my reporting and to finish the book. It took much longer than a year, but he stuck with me through it. I wanted to start by giving you a bit of a snippet from the book that I hope will be particularly interesting to the cadets and aspiring military officers here. It focuses on one of the secondary characters in the book, the military commander of the armed forces of Ukraine, General Valery Zaluzhny, who I also spent a lot of time with, got to know, interviewed, and he's a big figure in the book. This excerpt that I'm going to read to you is set in March 2022. We're 1 week into the full-scale invasion. And just to set it up a little bit more, at this point in the invasion, President Zelensky is living in a military bunker deep beneath the presidential compound in Kyiv. General Zaluzhny, the military commander, is living in a separate bunker, also in Kyiv, about 2 miles away. So their bunkers are not connected to each other. They have separate command posts. So just to give you the geography here. From his chambers in the military bunker, General Valery Zaluzhny, the commander of Ukraine's armed forces, stayed in close touch with his American counterpart, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. By coincidence, a new interpreter had been assigned to Milley around that time, and the translations of their phone calls grew stilted and confusing, creating space for misunderstandings between the two men. As they tried to strategize and share intelligence, some of Milley's remarks struck Zaluzhny as offensive. Milley asked these leading questions about whether I'm planning to evacuate somewhere, the general recalled. I told him, I don't understand you. We're going to fight till the end. A U.S. official who participated in these calls told me Zaluzhny delivered this point in even blunter terms. He said something to the effect of, I'm going to die here. I'm ready to die. When they discussed the Russian failure to take Kyiv in less than a week, Milley did not ascribe the success to clever Ukrainian planning. It looked more like a military miracle. He told me, son, you just got lucky, General Zaluzhny said. The comment stung. A range of unpredictable factors, starting with the weather, had favored Ukraine in the Battle of Kyiv, but its defense did not come down to luck alone. Zaluzhny had overseen the preparations, developed a strategy, and put it into action. Now the invasion entered a new phase, with Russian ground forces standing at the edge of Kyiv, and Zaluzhny needed help to stay alive. During a phone call with Milley on March 1st, he explained that the Ukrainian forces could only hold on for a few more weeks without a massive influx of U.S. support. In a month, he said, I'm going to fall. In particular, he said Ukraine needed aircraft. But as Zaluzhny tried to press the issue in their phone calls, Milley insisted Ukraine still had enough planes in its fleet. Zaluzhny knew that wasn't true. I said to him, no, General, if I tell you that I only have 2 bombers left, then that's the case. And he said, no, according to our intelligence, you have 70 of them. Zaluzhny was speechless. He had a war to fight, and these calls took up precious hours of his day. I wanted to spit on the ground and say, that's it, no more of these conversations. As he hung up the phone, Zaluzhny sensed he was running out of options. In the first week of fighting, the Russians had seized about 1/5 of Ukraine's territory. The front line now stretched for over 2,500 kilometers, and the armed forces had no chance of holding it unless the West provided the necessary weapons. But Zaluzhny, in a moment of frustration, cut off contact with his most influential ally and refused to take any more of his calls. At that moment, Zaluzhny said, I didn't know who else to turn to other than Zelensky. I go on to describe what Zaluzhny did next. He went to visit the president. He left the military bunker, drove across Kyiv. The book describes this in a lot of detail, more than the excerpt, and told Zelensky, look, Mr. President, I got a war to fight. I can't handle all this diplomatic stuff. I can't be doing these phone calls with the allies. You have to handle that. You need to make sure that the West is providing us the weapons we need, because, as Zaluzhny recalls telling Zelensky, in a month, we will be properly screwed. That means we have to do something now. So that gets us into the key point of my talk, narrative formation. That is what Zelensky then set out to do, using all of the capabilities he had. What were those capabilities? He'd been in office at the time, he'd been a politician at the time for about 2.5 years, less than the time it takes to earn a degree at Norwich University, for example. And his career and his experience drew from his life as a television producer, an actor, a comedian who specialized in improv comedy, a filmmaker, a screenwriter, and what he and his team set out to do was essentially create the narrative and create the ways to push it out into the world. A key part of that you saw fully formed on many of your screens, as I think a lot of you will remember in 2022, this figure in his green t-shirt giving these kind of daily selfie videos and rousing the nation to resist, showing that he is there in Kyiv to lead the resistance, and inspiring the West to help. This was very much a how to put it, thought through strategy. This was not something they did on the fly. Indeed, many of the people that came with President Zelensky into the office of the president, into his administration, were also from the world of television, show business. And they went about this using the same ideas and the same vocabulary. They envisioned a character that would meet the moment, a wartime leader. As I talked about briefly yesterday, if some of you were there, they drew on historical examples like Winston Churchill. President Zelensky was reading about Churchill at the time. And also TV and film characters who were wartime leaders, like Bill Pullman, for example, in Independence Day. Anybody seen it? Anyway, pretty good movie. And Zelensky described to me, actually, in those days, a pep talk he gave himself. He recalls telling himself, "They're watching. You're a symbol. You need to act the way a head of state must act." Who are they? They're watching. He's envisioning his audience. And in this case, his audience isn't just the TV audience of Ukraine, but the entire world. His family, yes. His people who elected him, yes. But also everyone watching this war around the world, and that was a pretty big chunk of the human race at the time. And one of the people I talked to who was a close advisor to Zelensky at the time, I wanted to just read a quote from him about how they thought about this. His name is Dmytro Kuleba. He was at the time the foreign minister of Ukraine, but just generally a close member of Zelensky's entourage. This is how they thought about the process that they set in motion in forming that narrative. You have to follow certain rules if you want someone on the other side of the screen to keep watching you and to remain sympathetic to you, Kuleba told me. These are the same rules that work everywhere, in marketing strategies and in military strategies. You have to be winning because people love winners. From time to time, you have to impress them with something big and unexpected because no one can follow routine. Third, you need a clear character associated with the story to be visible to them all the time. And that's President Zelensky in our case. And last, you need a good story to tell. It's the story of a smaller nation kicking the ass of a larger nation that invaded it. It's bad guys attacking good guys and good guys winning. That's what people love. So this was their thought process as they went about meeting the challenge that the military commander had put in front of them during that moment of crisis when he cut off communications with General Milley and urged them to take on the diplomatic side on their own. The first test of that took place a few days after that meeting in Zelensky's bunker between General Zaluzhny and President Zelensky on March 4th, 2022, when the Russians stormed Europe's largest nuclear power plant in the region of Zaporizhia. Anybody remember that moment in the war? Vaguely? Anyway, that nuclear power plant is still under Russian occupation. It was a very shocking episode in the war. It was sort of drowned out in many shocking episodes of the war, but nevertheless, it was very shocking to Zelensky and his team. And the way they reacted to it was quite striking. It was the beginning of a strategy that I think has carried them forward ever since. Rather than simply getting on the horn and calling President Zelensky's counterparts, presidents, prime ministers, the General Secretary of the UN, and so on, he began speaking as publicly as he could. There were demonstrations in several European cities that day to condemn Russia's occupation of this Ukrainian nuclear power plant. And Zelensky appeared before them via video screen to address those people. The next day, he addressed via video 200 members of the US Congress. And a couple days after that, he gave a big press conference in the compound in Kyiv to journalists gathered from around the world. And that's when, about 10 days into the invasion, we really saw this character coming into the fore, taking shape. This wartime leader that Zelensky envisioned and that his team crafted as the the representative, the symbol of the nation that would inspire both the courage and resistance of the people at home, but also, critically, the support of people, voters, in democracies around the world, such that if any of the leaders in those other countries, in those other democracies, got cold feet or did a calculation of their strategic interests and decided that maybe we should sit this one out, the people in those societies would say, hey, didn't you see that video yesterday of President Zelensky? How can you leave this guy in the lurch? Another message that he delivered very consistently and clearly called on leaders in foreign democracies to basically put their money where their mouth is in terms of the values they profess. So he told them, often very directly, often very publicly in his statements, look, you guys say you stand for freedom and democracy and sovereignty and all these good things, but look, here we have a case of a sovereign democratic country being invaded, and you're going to stand on the sidelines? Are you cowards? How could you profess the values of freedom and democracy and yet stand by and allow Ukraine to be devoured, as he would put it, by Russia? So that also put pressure on them morally, socially, through the media narrative, and also just grassroots from the populations in those countries. We talked a little bit about how he would put on these displays of courage that I often thought were a bit reckless, but going out to meet soldiers in the war zone to demonstrate to them that he is with them and to demonstrate that he's putting his neck on the line. This was also part of the narrative that was very important to him, especially in terms of domestic support, because he needed to show them that he, as the president, was risking his neck, and they should then feel encouraged to do the same by volunteering for the armed forces and standing up to fight. This was very effective, as I heard both from people who then took up that call and other officials throughout the state bureaucracy, because they saw that the boss had not run away. If the boss in your government hierarchy flees the capital and goes somewhere else to safety, it creates quite the psychological pressure on other officials all the way down the chain to maybe seek shelter themselves. So by making an example of himself of courage and risk-taking, he encouraged others to do the same. Another example of that narrative building that I wanted to bring up took place in April 2022. We're now about a month into the invasion, maybe 5 weeks, when the Russians got their butts kicked in the Battle of Kyiv and had to withdraw their forces from the suburbs of the capital. As they withdrew, the world learned of atrocities that had been committed during Russia's roughly 1 month occupation of some of those towns. The most famous one was Bucha, a suburb of Kyiv just to the west. There were also atrocities committed in other suburbs and other cities that Russia had occupied, but Bucha became the most famous in part through the efforts of Zelensky himself. He came there a couple days after it was liberated and invited the press corps. He, rather than closing up the town to military investigators and other state officials that need to be there to sort of control the situation to prevent the Russians from coming back or staging sabotage attacks behind enemy lines, Zelensky began ordering the government to bus journalists in so that journalists like myself could come and see the atrocities, see the crime scenes, see the bodies, see the mass graves. He then began doing the same thing with any European official who came to visit him. And in April 2022, that became very common. It became almost a rite of passage for European officials, if they were serious about the values of freedom and democracy that they profess, to pay Zelensky a visit, to show that they were with him physically and providing that support that Ukraine so desperately needed. And he would always encourage them to go to Bucha and other liberated towns to see the crime scenes of Russian atrocities, because it would plant that vision deeper into their heads. It wasn't just a narrative. I mean, these were real crime scenes. This wasn't something Zelensky was making up. Narrative construction, narrative dominance doesn't mean faking it, but it means delivering that message as forcefully as you can. And he did that. And I think Andrew in a previous panel asked about a question about bodies being moved around in information warfare. Some of you were here for that panel. That did take place in Bucha, where the Ukrainian authorities and Ukrainian war crimes investigators, in preparation for the arrival of European guests and diplomats, would put bodies in body bags of Ukrainian civilians killed during the Russian occupation there on display, essentially, so that the Europeans would come and see what Russia had done and would return to their capitals with this image in their head. And forgive me for the detail, but with the smell of death in their noses. That was a very important part of his, honestly, communication and diplomatic strategy. And it was also very deliberate and very well thought out. I won't go into too many other examples, but I just want to skip ahead to some of the results of Zelensky's strategy and narrative dominance in this war. So over the course of 2022, the US Congress approved a total of $113 billion in aid to Ukraine, including $67 billion in defense spending. For a measure of scale, that's almost the size of Ukraine's entire economy in the years leading up to the invasion. The single biggest American aid package was worth $40 billion, and it passed in the House with a vote of 368 to 57, and in the Senate, 86 to 11. That kind of consensus is kind of hard to imagine. But the force of Zelensky's diplomacy and his calls on Western leaders to help him helped build that kind of consensus on Capitol Hill, which is so rare these days. In that vote, the Congress granted Ukraine about $7 billion more than the Biden White House had even requested for the Ukrainians. Now, in the last 5 minutes or so of the talk, I wanted to sort of talk about some of the perils and dangers of this strategy and where it fails. Narrative dominance, narrative creation. It's something that Zelensky was aware of, a weakness in the strategy from the very beginning. I talked to him about it in April of 2022, and he explained to me that, Simon, look, we're on the clock here. Sooner or later, and probably sooner, the world will get tired of the story that I have to tell. The world's attention span is short, and we need to accomplish as much as we can while we have the world's attention, while I still have the ability to grab and hold the attention of the world. And I just want to read to you a couple of the statements he said to me, he gave me in this regard during our interviews. First, April 2022, 2 months into the invasion, very early, he told me, "It's only a matter of time. Sadly, our war is perceived through the big social networks. People see this war on Instagram. When they get sick of it, they will scroll away. It's a lot of blood, a lot of emotion, and that tires people. For them, it's a source of entertainment that has sadly claimed a lot of lives. And when people get sick of looking at the same image, the same blood, from the same nation, some of them will want to turn away." So already then, 2 months into the invasion, he was perfectly aware of this limitation, the attention span, that the narrative, one narrative, no matter how powerful, how forcefully delivered, will lose its effectiveness as people in our short attention span world begin to turn away, or scroll away, as he put it. About a year and a half later, I talked to him again about this, and he saw the problem deepening. This is an interview I did with him in October 2023, actually when I was already finished with the book. He said, "The scariest thing is that part of the world got used to the war in Ukraine," he told me. "Exhaustion with the war rolls along like a wave. You see it in the United States, in Europe, and we see it we see that as soon as they start to get a little tired, it becomes like a show to them. I can't watch this rerun for the 10th time, they say. So how did Zelensky deal with that? I just have a couple minutes left here, but I'll give you a couple of examples. And this is where his information war strategy or narrative strategy began bleeding into and deeply influencing some of his strategic military decisions. This was, going back to General Zaluzhny, who I started with, those two men quite quickly after the full-scale invasion, I'd say about 6 months into it, began having fights behind the scenes. They began disagreeing very vehemently and shouting matches. And the reason was generally decisions about how to fight back, where to strike, when to strike, how to allocate the limited resources Ukraine had. And the disagreement, as I learned from talking to both men, had to do a lot with Zelensky's information war strategy, to keep that narrative alive in the minds of his audience, which is all of you, me, the entire world. He needed military actions that were attention-grabbing, surprising, new, and, for lack of a better phrase, looked good on television. Whereas General Zaluzhny and a lot of the general staff were focused on a much more methodical, plodding, slow push in the strategic direction down to the south to, as they put it, break the back and sever the supply lines of the Russian forces. And Zelensky couldn't wait around for that because he saw that clock ticking on the narrative. He saw people scrolling away. So he would begin demanding of his military commanders to take military actions and engage in battles that maybe were not the greatest idea strategically speaking, but they allowed him to maintain the attention of the world and thereby maintain the support that was so essential to Ukraine's survival. So it was very interesting to observe, and I encourage you to read the book, of course. I described this kind of conflict between the two men and how it played out, battle by battle, specifically in their disagreements. In the book, we don't have time to go into it here, but I wanted to just to leave you with that thought that as inspiring as some of you may have found, and I certainly found Zelensky's messaging and narrative building to be at the time, it also had these flaws and downsides. It certainly led to a real clash between him and General Zaluzhny that led eventually to General Zaluzhny being dismissed in, I believe it was February 2024. So I'll leave it there and take my seat, and we can move to questions. But that's that's part of the narrative formation that he is so good at, and in many ways has also been a weakness, at least on the military side. So thank you for your attention, and I'll take the questions of the moderators.
Hello. So, me and my co-moderator, I've neglected to introduce ourselves. My name is Captain Forster Bellinger.
Morning, or good afternoon. I'm Cadet First Lieutenant Gustav Thorpe.
We both had a wonderful time reading the book, The Showman. I highly recommend everyone grab a copy for themselves, either Audible, listening to it while you run or work out, or the physical copy where there's wonderful images of interviews and locations that he went to throughout covering this topic. It's an extensive book. It is a long read, but a good read. I really enjoyed it myself. It kind of just flowed through the entire time reading it. And so I was going to, me and my co-moderator are going to take about 10 minutes and ask questions from the book specifically, and then we're going to open it up to the audience. So write down your questions, be ready for when we field it to you guys. So we want to ask the first one?
My first question was, we've seen atrocities from Russia and countries such as Syria and Chechnya in the past. How did those countries fail where Zelensky succeeded with his narrative?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? I mean, Syria, I remember, when Russia intervened in Syria with a massive air campaign, I think it was September 2015, horrible atrocities. You remember these barrel bombs dropped on civilian areas, but it didn't get, I sensed this. I wasn't covering the war in Syria. I was covering Russia's involvement in it. But it didn't get nearly the level of international attention. And there have been arguments made about the fact that Ukraine's war is in Europe, which somehow feels closer to the Western public than a war in the Middle East. But I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that the Syrian victims didn't have this image, this kind of spokesman, this iconic figure that rose out to represent their suffering and their fate. And that is one of the reasons I think Zelensky and his team found it so important to define him as this iconic figure and to maintain a kind of monopoly on that role to such an extent that other figures, including General Zaluzhny and other politicians, governors in Ukraine who began to grow popular and also serve as a kind of spokesperson or a very visible representative of the Ukrainian people, they would be urged by the president's office to tamp down. We have one hero here. He speaks for the country. We have one symbol of the nation. There's a lot of debate in Ukraine as to whether that was wise or not. But I think, Gustav, one answer to your question is really, it is very effective when you have this symbolic individual. It's just honestly easier for the international audience, all of us, to follow when it's one guy. He represents the struggle. And he very consciously put himself in that role and tried to maintain himself in that role, as I think he does to that day. We associate the struggle of Ukraine with this individual. In Syria and other conflicts, that really wasn't the case. I remember in the wars in Chechnya, which I didn't, that was before my time, I didn't cover, there were individuals who arose to play that role. Johar Dudayev was one. Few remember him. He was assassinated by the Russians. So I think one thing that you also have to take into account in that kind of information or narrative building strategy, when you do create the symbol or icon of the nation, that puts a big target on your back. And the adversary is very motivated to take you out.
Continuing kind of on that strain of narrative creation, you both covered news as journalists both within Ukraine and in Russia. And previously we talked about the different types of styling of how different nations kind of build their narratives, of the kind of Russian fire hose style of confusion, disinformation through multiple sources versus kind of the Ukrainian very straightforward kind of piercing through that fog. As like a journalist, how does it feel to cover both of those? And how do you kind of break through that piercing lance to try to find more than what is hiding, or kind of piercing through the fog, on the other hand, in Russia?
Thank you. That's a really great point, and it's very important to compare and contrast them in studying the information warfare tactics of the two sides. You're absolutely right that Russia's strategy tends to be to create chaos and confusion in the information space, to flood the zone with shit, as, what's his name? I'm blanking on the guy. Anyway, it'll come back to me. It's a common description of what Russia does. The case of Bucha, the suburb of Kiev that I referred to in my talk, Russia's response to that on the information front was to try to flood the information space, the media, social media, with alternative theories. President Putin himself said that Bucha was fake. There were Russian state media reports suggesting that the dead bodies found in the street were actually crisis actors pretending to be dead, and all kinds of, often mutually incompatible theories of what could have happened other than the narrative that the Ukrainians were putting out. The Ukrainian narrative had the benefit of also being true. I mean, there were horrific atrocities. And in that particular, if you think of it as an information battle space, the Russian approach did not break through, because the images coming out of Bucha and the way that Zelensky spoke about it, not only from the scene, but then in a speech he gave, I believe, the day after he visited Bucha for the first time, he gave a speech at the UN Security Council, that was very moving, one of his most powerful speeches, I think, of the war, where they presented at the UN headquarters in New York images, fresh images of the atrocities and the crime scenes in Bucha. And the Russian representative was sitting there in the hall at the UN headquarters in New York and didn't have much of a reply. So there, I think the Ukrainian clarity of message managed to win out over the flooding the zone with BS that Russia has been so good at over the years. And the last point, as a journalist, it can be frustrating. I lived and worked in Moscow from 2006 to 2013. They kicked me out of the country or gave me a visa ban in 2015. But those years when I was reporting in country, it was frustrating as a journalist to break through that fog, because what it does to a society to be constantly living in that field of competing narratives, that chaotic information space, is a kind of nihilism or cynicism where you cease to believe that anything is true. Many people I met and talked to in Moscow didn't believe that independent journalists exist as a category of people, that you're all in the service of some nefarious power, either a foreign government or George Soros or what have you. So there was this kind of a real cynicism about information as such. And the most common reaction that I found among people in Russia who are inundated with this information strategy day in and day out to this day is a kind of, I'm too tired. I don't have time to parse all these theories. And they just tune out. And that creates a rather convenient environment for authoritarianism and indeed totalitarianism, as we've seen in Russia.
My second question is, as we've seen the war in Ukraine transition more from maneuver to attrition, how has Zelensky maintained that image as a winner?
Yeah, that's been one of the big challenge for him, again, in the narrative or information space, right? So attritional warfare, what was the quote? This was a quote from Kuleba, his foreign minister. No one can follow routine. Attritional warfare is routine. It's static. No one's moving. And often I would get this response. I don't want to single anyone out, but some of my editors I would pitch stories about, we need to continue reporting, do another report. I need to go to the front and write a report about what's happening in Ukraine. And the editors would ask, what's changed? What's new? And honestly, at the front, there had been little change because it's attritional warfare, it's slow, and it has been the case, man, 2 years now, more. Give or take some advances that both sides have made, definitely a big counterpoint, and this answers your question more directly. How does Zelensky counter that? As I mentioned in my talk, sometimes he counters it with these operations, military operations, that are highly disputed in the military command of Ukraine. So I'm thinking in particular of the operation to attack Kursk, the Kursk region of Russia, in August 2024. The Ukrainians actually invaded Russia, and they seized a chunk of territory in the region of Kursk, creating a massive new dilemma for the Russians. The Russians then had to bring in reinforcements from North Korea. My head exploded when I read that news, but sure enough, tens of thousands of North Korean troops came to Russia's aid. So that suddenly got the attention of the world, and journalists flooded in, and suddenly, Ukraine was very high in the headlines again. It was no longer attritional. It seemed to be a dynamic war zone. Strategically, there's a lot of debate. I'm not qualified. I'm not a military expert to judge what the strategic value of that operation was. There are a lot of opinions. I've heard opinions also. U.S. military officers who work closely with the Ukrainians say that was a good move because it again created multiple dilemmas for the adversary and threw them off balance. But Russia gained back that territory. So if you look over the course of that battle, we're kind of back at the status quo ante, where Kursk is now no longer, the Kursk region is no longer under Ukrainian control, even partly. But it sure created this new, it broke through the narrative of attritional warfare for a time. And Zelensky has made a number of these decisions, some of which I describe in the book. And I think it'll be for historians later on, when this war is over, to parse which of those were strategically wise and to weigh the benefit in terms of military strategy versus information and narrative strategy, and what is more valuable. Because the Kursk operation clearly had a narrative effect. It showed the partners of Ukraine that, look, we can win. We can give the Russians a bloody nose, so you should support us. When you support us, America, you're not just throwing your weapons and your money into a black hole, an attritional conflict that has no solution. Look, we just conquered a bunch of Russian territory. And that does have an effect in the diplomatic sphere, in the narrative sphere. But on the military side, it's, I think, less clear, but you have to weigh up those different benefits as a commander on Zelensky's level, where you're also playing not only on the military stage, but also diplomatic information and everything else.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite people from the audience to step up to one of the microphones to ask a question and pick Mr. Schuster's brain on either Zelensky or the conflict of Ukraine in general. While you get ready, I have one more question to ask. What I really enjoyed about the book, I'm a studying military history as study war and peace major, so I've been focused on Ukraine since the conflict kind of began, but on the military side, what I really learned in the book was the deep dive into kind of Zelensky's childhood and kind of comedy career. Do you think, you talk multiple times about how he tries to get to know individual soldiers, both from the top, as he creates this interesting dynamic with his chief of staff, military chief that he kind of picked himself, but also whenever he travels to the front, both before the full invasion and during the kind of the earlier front lines, you're just trying to get to know the soldiers in a one-on-one capacity. Do you think this kind of comes from his time as a performer, or is it more just a personal pathology of how he views his role as president?
Yeah, I think he does see it as one of his responsibilities to be close to the troops and to support them and inspire them. But I think it's also a very important source of information for him. One thing that happens, when you have the kind of power that Zelensky has under martial law in Ukraine, and you have the level of threats to your security that Zelensky faces, your circle shrinks. The circle of people and advisors that you're working with day in and day out shrinks, and that has been a very clear tendency that I also describe in the book. As the war has continued now almost into the fourth year, there are very few advisors that have remained by his side, and that limits the information and counsel that he's receiving. So that is a problem. It's still a problem for his decision making and so on. One way that I've seen him try to counter that is, when I've traveled with him to the front lines and other places, just civilian areas in Ukraine, he really soaks in the conversations. He's not just doing the kind of holding the baby and shaking the hands. He's grabbing people and what did you see? What do you know? What do you think I should do? What do you think of the latest news? Everyone. I saw him once do this with, he was at a meeting with his war council, and his personal photographer, a guy named Pasha, became a good friend of mine, he was there taking pictures for the website. And Zelensky turned to him and he's like, Pasha, come here. What do you think we should do? And it was like some big strategic decision, and Pasha's like, I'm just a photographer. But he said, no, give me a fresh perspective. So he does that with the soldiers too at the front. It's very much a two-way street. So he's giving them inspiration, he's giving them encouragement, but he's also soaking in what he hopes is fresh, new information about what's really going on in the battlefield, such that the sometimes yes men who surround him in Kyiv, he can contradict the information that he's getting from his kind of intelligence sources and more official advisors.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn over to questions.
Yeah. So you mentioned that being the showman, the way that this was all approached had some military drawbacks, but at the same time, it also inspired citizens and soldiers to resist. Do you think as like an overall, was it a net positive in terms of military, or was those drawbacks, did they have more significant consequences than the actual good probably did?
I think the consensus is pretty clear now. You know, my opinion doesn't matter so much, but the consensus among the Ukrainian elite, I think among Zelensky's Western allies, is that showmanship and his ability to grab and hold the attention of the world has definitely been a net positive. There are still some people that I talk to in Ukraine, in the general staff and other career military officers who question certain decisions as being more about showmanship than strategy. But weighing up the balance, I think it's quite clear that his ability to maintain international support and maintain the flows of weapons and financial aid to Ukraine have been, you know, at least as instrumental as the ingenuity and wisdom of his generals.
Thank you.
One last question, thank you.
With the fact that he is so willing to be on the front lines, that comes with inherent risks of unfortunately falling. Does he have a secession plan if he were to fall on the front lines, and what would the negatives be if he were to fall?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that, you know, I've sat around and discussed with a lot of people in Kyiv. Well, for like a corollary to your question is why the Russians haven't taken the chance to strike. It's the best explanation to that question of why the Russians haven't assassinated Zelensky is that they seem to believe that first of all his death would invigorate and galvanize the resistance even more. That it would turn him into a martyr. Exactly. In terms of a succession plan, no, he doesn't have one. And I think the reason fundamentally is kind of political in the sense that, like I said earlier, they've been very single-minded in ensuring that Zelensky is the national leader. And Zelensky and I have talked about this. He's very clear that in a time of war, that is the kind of leader you need, really an iconic figure. When the war ends, he says, Ukraine can and should transition to a president who is more of a manager, as he put it. But in wartime, you need the image. And if he were to indicate who his successor might be, that would empower that person to potentially be an alternative voice, an alternative figurehead for the nation, and that is something that Zelensky and his team have been very, have not wanted to create or allow to arise.
Thank you all for coming to the panel. There'll be another panel at 2 o'clock, a wonderful research presentation. Stay around to then. We have a 10-minute break until then. One more round of applause for the amazing work and presentation of Mr. Schuster.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Great job. Yeah.
Fine, take your time.
Take your time.
Here, like, come over here and do this before she, her arm gets tired. Go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Once again, wonderful. Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Hope it wasn't boring.
No,
Glasses,
not at all. I look forward
water.
to talking to you more tonight.
No, that's mine.
It is?
That's mine.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm sorry. There's, you can. No, I got mine on the table. Oh, okay. Go get yours on.
Well, here, let's get a picture of the three of us first. Do you mind jumping in a picture with us? Yeah.
Hmm? Kick it off? All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. John Broom, commonly called Doc around here at Norwich. I cannot believe that at a school that was a cavalry ROTC school, there are no hat racks in the room. Dr. Denny Showalter passed away on December 30th, 2019, in hospice care near his home in Colorado Springs, Colorado, of cancer. Dennis has been a significant figure in military history, and specifically German military history, for 50 years. He began his teaching career at Colorado College in 1969 while still completing his doctoral dissertation at the University of Minnesota under the supervision of Dr. Harold C. Deutsch in 1972. Dennis taught for 47 years for Colorado College, was a visiting professor at the at the United States Army Military Academy, the United States Air Force Academy, the Marine Corps University, and most recently for Norwich University in the Masters in Military History program. Dr. Showalter was also associated with the University of Texas Barsanti Military History Center as an advising fellow, advising and mentoring doctoral students there. Dennis's tenure at Colorado College was marked by his popularity with students and his constant frustration at the folks in the registration office. It never mattered to Dennis what the number cap of his class was. If students showed up on the first day, they were in his class. While having a rough and gruff manner and sometimes language, his students remember his kindness to them, his willingness to hear them out and to mentor them. He was known to send good undergraduate papers to specialists in the field as a way of promoting his undergraduates, but more importantly, sharing his joy at their accomplishments. Dennis's office door was always open, though students had to find a way through the maze of books in his office. Eager to answer his questions, students, and then to engage them in conversations about themselves and their interests. In addition to his incredible teaching record, Dr. Showalter was a prolific writer, working on his 28th book, Modern Warfare, as he passed away. His first, Rifles and Railroads, which examined the influence of transportation and technology in the Prussian military during the Wars of Unification, is still a classic in the field. While his writing primarily focused on German military history, his knowledge and influence were felt not only in military history, but in history more broadly. Dennis served as a consultant for the Japanese Ministry of Defense, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the United States Training and Doctrine Command, and the DoD Office of Net Assessment. Dr. Showalter served the field of military history as a founder of the International Society for First World War Studies, and by serving as president of the Society of Military History for 4 years, from 1997 to 2000. He earned the Birdsall Prize in 1992 from the American Historical Association for his book Tannenberg, the Samuel Eliot Morrison Prize in 2005 from SMH for his lifetime contribution to military history. And in 2018, Dr. Showalter was awarded the Pritzker Literature Award by the board of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Showalter delivered his penultimate lecture in the history of the Battle of the Bulge at the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in November of 2019. But perhaps Dr. Showalter's greatest contribution to the field of history, and military history in particular, was his genuine willingness to coach and mentor young historians he encountered at conferences, lectures, and other venues, patiently listening to their ideas, offering useful criticism, suggesting lines of inquiry, answering their questions with the patience of a grandfather. Beyond that, it was supportive of historians who were publishing their work, providing guidance, suggesting contacts within the publishing world, and writing endorsements for books that otherwise might not have attracted attention. I could not talk. I could not talk about what Denny meant to me personally. We talked about it so many times. Neither of us knew for sure whether or not we had chatted in the halls of Anderson Hall on the West Bank of the University of Minnesota campus in the spring of 1972. Sometimes I'd be the one to remember the brief conversation we had. Sometimes it was Denny, but we both agreed that perhaps it was just constructed memory on both our parts. And then again, other times we were both convinced it happened. Denny was wrapping up his dissertation under Harold Deutsch. I was in Harold Deutsch's last undergraduate World War II course. I also had Bernard Bachrach for a course or two in medieval Europe, Otto Flanze for several German history courses, and David Kieft for diplomatic history. Denny and I often spoke about those days at the University of Minnesota when we meet at the Society for Military History conferences after I began my own PhD studies. Denny always listened to my weird ideas about American mechanization during the 1930s, being a struggle not between traditionalists, horse folks, and grease monkey modernists, but was rather a debate between folks that were rather happy with the rather limited role of cavalry in American Army doctrine of the day, and the folks that wanted to upset the apple cart and greatly expand the role of cavalry. But more than that, after a rather traumatic incident along the way, Denny was very supportive and encouraging. I lost my love of writing as a result, but Denny just encouraged me to be the best teaching professor I could, while others disparaged me for not publishing. They never offered to help. Denny did, suggesting little projects, urging encyclopedia editors to include me. Denny was more than a friend and a colleague. He was my big brother in academia. We did several video sessions with his final Total War class for Norwich in the fall of 2019, literally weeks before he died. Our community will sorely miss him. I miss him. When this fellowship was created, some people wanted to name it something, and I insisted that we name it after Denny. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and deep honor to introduce Mr. Oliver Groom, whom I have known since he was a shy, retiring sophomore at Rogers State University in Claremore, Oklahoma, to you today. He's a recent Norwich College of Graduate and Continuing Studies graduate and the winner of this year's Showalter Fellowship. I think he's talking about some minor figure in British history, somebody named Sir Winston Churchill. Oliver, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It is a great honor to be invited to address you today, and indeed to be a part of this extraordinary symposium. I'm extremely grateful, especially, to be the recipient of this year's Dennis E. Showalter Fellowship, and thankful to Dr. Broom and all this faculty, staff, and benefactors who have made this opportunity possible. Winston Churchill, a titanic figure in the history of 20th century warfare, was an unconventional leader who protected Britain and the British Empire against foreign aggression, particularly during the so-called age of total war. The driving force behind that unconventional personality was his long-standing belief that he was fated to be a leader at both the political and military levels of warfare. This was finally realized in the Second World War when he became Britain's Prime Minister and Minister of Defense on the 10th of May, 1940, several hours after Adolf Hitler's forces invaded Western Europe. I felt as if I were walking with destiny, he later wrote about that historic day, and that all my past life had been but a preparation for this hour and for this trial. The Great War of 1914 to 1918, more than any other phase of that preparation, armed Churchill with the lessons, experience, insight, and confidence to become not only an effective grand strategist in the Second World War, but above all, one of history's greatest statesmen and orators in matters of total war. Churchill's perception of the future and his central role in it became evident as early as 1891, when he was a 16-year-old schoolboy preparing for a career in the British Army. Quote, "I can see vast changes coming over a now peaceful world," he told one classmate. "Great upheavals, terrible struggles, wars such as one cannot imagine, and I tell you London will be in danger. London will be attacked, and I shall be very prominent in the defense of London. This country will be subjected somehow to a tremendous invasion, by what means I do not know, but I tell you I shall be in command of the defenses of London, and I shall save London and England from disaster. I repeat, London will be in danger, and in the high position I shall occupy, it will fall to me to save the capital and save the empire." Churchill's prediction, while a clear foreshadowing of Britain's situation in 1940, also reflected his already astute cognizance of the sort of industrialized warfare and militaristic nationalism that would create the conditions for the first modern total war in 1914. Yet the Great War defied Churchill's remarkable farsightedness. For Britain, the First World War remains the Great War. The unprecedented cost in human lives suffered by its armed forces alone, a staggering 880,000 servicemen, exceeded all British losses, military and civilian, in the Second World War. For Churchill, that scale of loss in those 4 years of war, including many close friends, would haunt him for the rest of his life. More crucially, however, those personal losses also reinforced Churchill's conviction that total war, specifically the full-fledged cooperation between the home front and the military in the war effort, was the key to decisive victory on the modern battlefield, and therefore was the alternative to futile bloodbaths like the Somme, Passchendaele, and Gallipoli. Churchill's walk with destiny toward total war during the First World War consistently took the indirect approach, which owed much to the fact that his training as Britain's 20th century warlord began in the environment of guerrillas, spies, and saboteurs. By 1874, the year of Winston's birth, Britain had not fought a major war in Europe for 2 decades. The supremacy of the Royal Navy and the expansion of the British Empire were uppermost in British military policy. But above all, peace with France after the defeat of Napoleon in 1814 had guaranteed Britain's security against attack from across the English Channel. The most serious threat to this era of Pax Britannica came from another European power, Tsarist Russia, which threatened to subvert British control of India. This imperialist rivalry, known as the Great Game or the Tournament of Shadows, was effectively a 19th century Cold War in which small-scale military operations were the norm. It was against the backdrop of this great game that a young Winston Churchill joined the British Army as a second lieutenant in 1895. Between the years 1895 and 1900, he would be involved in 4 different conflicts, spanning 3 continents, all of them taking place on the fringes of empire. On battlegrounds including Cuba, the northwest frontier in modern Pakistan, in Sudan, and in South Africa, Churchill experienced asymmetrical warfare. And from those experiences, he learned the strategic value of civil-military relations and the home front. These colonial wars paled in comparison to the fighting in the Great War, but they provided Churchill with a glimpse of the horrors that modern science and technology brought to the 20th century European battlefields, including trenches, barbed wire, artillery barrages, and machine guns. The Boer War of 1899 to 1902 in South Africa particularly transformed his strategic mindset as he witnessed the futility and carnage of the British Empire's frontal attacks against entrenched positions held by a determined and well-equipped enemy. The attrition that Churchill observed in South Africa ultimately inspired him to speak out about the dangers of militarism he now saw facing Europe at the turn of the century. On the 13th of May, 1901, in one of the first speeches of his political career in Parliament's House of Commons, Churchill gave this prescient warning when he told his colleagues, quote, "A European war cannot be anything but a cruel, heart-rending struggle, which, if we are ever to enjoy the bitter fruits of victory, must demand, perhaps for several years, the whole manhood of the nation, the entire suspension of peaceful industries, and the concentrating to one end of every vital energy in the community. The wars of peoples will be more terrible than those of kings." In anticipation of the total war that he foresaw, Churchill strongly opposed his own Conservative Party's efforts to increase Britain's army to a level comparable to the other major European powers, namely France, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Germany. By May of 1904, in fact, Churchill was so opposed to Conservative policy that he switched political parties and he joined the Liberals. In the continental struggle that would engulf all the above-mentioned powers, Churchill asserted that Britain's role would be a limited and indirect approach, in which British technological, naval, economic, and industrial power would be brought to bear against the future Central Powers, particularly the leading member of that alliance, Germany, which Churchill perceived as a direct threat to Britain's way of life through Kaiser Wilhelm II's naval expansion. Indeed, it was the ensuing naval arms race between Britain and Germany that set the stage for Churchill's indirect approach to total war. Those 4 years of global conflict in the Great War that followed saw Churchill's career undergo 3 critical stages reflecting that approach. When Britain entered the Great War on the 4th of August, 1914, he was First Lord of the Admiralty, effectively the civilian master of the world's largest sea force at the time, the Royal Navy, a senior cabinet position he would hold until May of 1915, when the unfolding disaster at Gallipoli forced him to resign from high political office. Over the following 26 months, he continued his role in the war effort from the sidelines, mostly as a civilian politician, giving speeches both in Parliament and in other parts of Britain about the increasing need for mass mobilization of the home front. During the time he spent in the political wilderness, he served in the trenches of the Western Front between November of 1915 and May of 1916. Returning home as a civilian politician, he continued to advocate for stricter total war measures, particularly in the wake of the Somme offensive that had raged indecisively from July to November of 1916. By July of 1917, Churchill came out of the political wilderness when he was appointed Minister of Munitions, which continued through the remainder of the war. In this role, he oversaw Britain's military production of everything from bullets and bombs to motorcycles and ambulances to all the diverse weaponry that defined the Great War, including tanks, airplanes, trench mortars, and poison gas. These varied experiences not only fundamentally shaped Churchill's baptism of fire in modern industrialized total war, they also demonstrated his willingness to fully embrace the need for unorthodox methods of waging war against militarily superior adversaries, which would ultimately serve him well in the next global conflict, when Britain was truly fighting for its life and for the liberation of a Nazi-occupied Europe. From its outbreak in Europe, the Great War confirmed Churchill's predictions about how the fighting would unfold, which as early as 1911 he believed would begin with the German invasion of France. On the Western Front, the land battles in the summer and autumn of 1914 were the largest and bloodiest that Europe had seen in over a century, but both sides failed to produce a decisive result, settling into 4 years of trench warfare. As early as September of 1914, Churchill modified his opinion about the size of the British Army and became a strong supporter of the nationwide recruitment campaign, which would produce more than 1 million young male volunteers for combat service on the Western Front before 1915. But he also understood that such an unprecedented display of manpower required an equally unprecedented commitment from the home front toward producing munitions, including new weapons that would revolutionize warfare on land as well as in the seas and skies. Beyond the Western Front, Churchill presided over a well-prepared and numerically superior Royal Navy, which by the end of 1914 had effectively blockaded Germany, and in doing so, trapped the Kaiser's high seas fleet. The blockade also crippled the German merchant fleet, with about 221 ships confined to home ports, another 245 detained in Allied ports, and a further 1,059 in neutral ports. Elsewhere, conventional German sea power was eliminated when the Kaiser's main overseas squadron was destroyed near the Falkland Islands by a British naval task force on the 8th of December, 1914. For Churchill, northwestern Europe was the most important theater of the Great War. However, the stalemate on the Western Front and the slow progress of the naval blockade went completely against his belief in the need for mobility through speed, surprise, and maneuver. Like most of wartime Britain in 1914, Churchill expected the Royal Navy to annihilate the German fleet in the North Sea. When the German fleet refused open battle, Churchill saw other, more imaginative ways to secure British dominance over the northern European waters. In one speech delivered on the 21st of September, 1914, Churchill even went as far as to controversially proclaim that the German fleet, quote, will be dug out like rats in a hole, end quote. Chief among his ideas was the capture of several German islands near the Kiel Canal in Schleswig-Holstein, the home base of the High Seas Fleet. Such an such an ambitious plan, Churchill believed, would allow the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet to close with and destroy the German warships and then can gain control of the Baltic Sea. From there, Allied forces could potentially outflank the German armies on the Western Front, bolster the Russian armies on the Eastern Front, and then take the war into Germany itself. In Churchill's mind, such small-scale peripheral actions by the Royal Navy would play a decisive role in the broader strategy of the Entente to surround and defeat the Central Powers with overwhelming force. The majority opinion in both the Admiralty and Liberal Prime Minister Herbert Asquith's War Cabinet, however, remained committed to the blockade strategy. As First Lord of the Admiralty since 1911, Churchill also supported the relatively new concepts of naval aviation and submarine warfare. Even before the outbreak of the Great War, he viewed these new concepts as the antidote to Germany's own superweapons, the Zeppelin airship and the U-boat, respectively. These new instruments of modern war foreshadowed the indiscriminate violence that would characterize not only the fighting in the Great War, but also, and most notably, in the Second World War. To counter the airship threat, in 1912, Churchill established the Royal Naval Air Service, which under his leadership produced some 50 seaplanes and airplanes by 1914. The forthcoming air war also provided new opportunities for his strategic thoughts on defeating the Germans, including fighter and bomber attacks on the Zeppelin sheds and manufacturing sites in Western German cities such as Cologne and Dusseldorf. This strategy destroyed 6 Zeppelins in the war's first year alone. Defeating the U-boats, on the other hand, proved a more harrowing task. This became evident after the Royal Navy lost 3 armored cruisers, and with it 1,459 sailors, to a single German submarine outside neutral Dutch waters on the 22nd of September, 1914. When the Germans declared unrestricted U-boat warfare against merchant vessels and civilian passenger ships in March of 1915, they galvanized Churchill's early support for what would become known as the convoy system. Yet, despite the Lusitania disaster on the 7th of May, 1915, the rest of the Admiralty failed to unite behind Churchill's solution before his resignation only 2 weeks later. Indeed, the Admiralty did not formally adopt the convoy system until the 26th of April, 1917, exactly 20 days after the United States declared war on Germany. By February of 1915, Churchill's determination to break the stalemate on the Western Front and defeat Germany through unconventional means pushed him toward his most notorious indirect approach, which was the Dardanelles campaign against Germany's ally, the Ottoman Empire. After his plans for taking control of the Baltic Sea were rejected, Churchill saw the Dardanelles as a potentially decisive theater operations for the Royal Navy. If a naval assault against the Ottoman Empire was successful, he hoped that the then neutral countries, Greece, Italy, Romania, and Bulgaria, would join the Entente. As with his plans for taking control of the Baltic Sea, Churchill clearly viewed the Royal Navy's limited operations in the Dardanelles as a vital part of the bigger picture of total war, specifically the coordination of Allied military and industrial might against Central Powers. Ultimately, this strategy proved disastrous, primarily because Churchill underestimated the tactical ingenuity and fighting spirit of the Turks. On the 18th of March 1915, the main naval assault from the combined British and French task force resulted in the loss of 6 of the 16 battleships involved, along with 600 sailors. But despite those losses, Churchill continued to believe that a naval offensive through the Dardanelles was still possible. When his demands for a second attack went unheard, he eventually threw his support behind an amphibious landing of British Empire and French ground troops at Gallipoli, which took place on the 25th of April. By the end of that day, the Allied forces suffered thousands of casualties and failed to advance beyond the beachhead after a series of Ottoman counterattacks, and much to Churchill's horror, created their own Western Front when they settled into another 8 months of trench warfare. By the end of May of 1915, Churchill's stubborn faith in the Gallipoli campaign left him deeply unpopular among both the Liberals and Conservatives, who were now united under Prime Minister Asquith in a coalition government, which precipitated Churchill's dismissal from the Admiralty. Though no longer in a position of executive authority, Churchill remained vocal about reinforcing the Allied offensive against the Turks. However, by autumn of 1915, preparations had already begun for an Allied evacuation from Gallipoli, and on the 18th of November, after suffering further political alienation, Churchill made his next bold decision to return to active military service and spend the next 6 months on the Western Front. As further confirmation of his walk with destiny, Churchill went on to serve as a major in the 2nd Battalion Grenadier Guards, and then by January of 1916, as the lieutenant colonel of the 6th Battalion Royal Scots Fusiliers, 2 regiments that once served under his 18th century ancestor, John Churchill, the 1st Duke of Marlborough. After Gallipoli, Churchill's time in the trenches gave him an invaluable education in the brutal realities of modern industrialized warfare. In those 6 months between November of 1915 and May of 1916, he finally experienced the worm's eye view of infantry life on the Western Front. Even though he was in relatively quiet sectors of the front, Churchill faced multiple near-death encounters by German artillery and went on daring night raids into no man's land. His absolute fearlessness on the front lines was matched by his conscientious efforts to understand trench warfare, which won him the respect of officers and enlisted men alike. But most importantly, Churchill's firsthand experiences of death and devastation on the Western Front transformed him into an avid supporter of developing and mass-producing new technologies with which to defeat Germany in modern combined arms warfare. Consequently, after his return to Britain in May of 1916, Churchill's strategic vision for Allied victory was now almost completely focused on greater mobilization of the home front, particularly by increasing the employment of women for the munitions factories. He was still in the political wilderness through the rest of 1916 and the first half of 1917, but his increasingly pragmatic views on managing the British war effort eventually brought him back into the coalition government, which since December of 1916 had been led by Prime Minister David Lloyd George, Churchill's oldest Liberal ally. Finally, on the 17th of July 1917, Lloyd George appointed Kurt Churchill as the head of the Ministry of Munitions. Churchill's time as Minister of Munitions was the culmination of his indirect approach to total war in the First World War. Everything he had learned since he was a young soldier prepared him for that role. The great game from his early life had taught him to embrace modern inventions of war as a means of seeking unconventional ways to overwhelm the enemy. His strong advocacy for air power and strategic bombing while he was First Lord of the Admiralty only intensified as the Great War progressed. Revolutionary machines such as the heavy bomber and the torpedo seaplane were among Churchill's ideas for attacking German military targets deep behind the front lines. But the armistice on the 11th of November 1918 ultimately rendered those strategic possibilities irrelevant. Since the Gallipoli crisis in 1915, Churchill was also a keen proponent of trench mortars and tanks as decisive solutions to the stalemate on the Western Front. His interest in mechanical warfare even extended to escalating the use of poison gas against the German army. These relatively new weapons would ultimately play a critical role in restoring surprise, maneuver, and mobility to the Western Front during the final battles in 1918. The war did not end in a total Allied victory, but Churchill's contributions to the Allied successes in 1918 would serve as a vital precedent for his indirect approach to the Second World War more than 2 decades later. Indeed, his advocacy of the Special Air Service, the Anglo-American Combined Bomber Offensive, the Special Operations Executive, and other such instruments of modern combat have firm roots. It is because of his maverick yet forward-thinking actions and rhetoric in total war that Winston Churchill remains a model of wartime statesmanship for national leaders in the 21st century. Thank you.
It's a good thing I'm retiring in 63 days. Mr. Pierce Reed is going to comment on Oliver's paper. Pierce, you want to come on up?
I'll actually work from here if you don't mind.
I'm the casual.
And so I was asked to do this because of my background in studying T.E. Lawrence, my background in psychological warfare, and studying special operations, and my affinity for the Edwardian period of England when technology was changing and inserting into warfare. I'd really like to compliment Oliver because it is very hard to find anything new to say about Churchill. And he's really opened up an interesting track here, which is, you know, we refer to total war or absolute war. We want to think of Clausewitz or Sherman or Grant or something like that. But there may be a new sort of Churchillian view of total war that is a much less direct approach and actually is somewhat more reflective of the way things are done today. I'm a big one for props and visuals, so I have a couple of quick demonstrations, which the first is what I would refer to as total war as the continent did it or as the Americans did it, and it is like that. And then you have Churchill's approach to war, which is like that. Two direct visuals of your U.S. Marine Corps versus your commando stiletto. And it's a crude demonstration, but it's really reflective of what Oliver was talking about, which is that England is a small, relatively resource-constrained island. They had a very big empire, but the way the empire system worked, it was sort of centered in England, so hard to defend. A lot of use of foreign troops, and of course, things and entities like the commercial British East India Company and other things were sort of pseudo-armies for them. So they've never had the ability to engage in a total war that an American army or a continental army with much, much larger resources could do. The result was that their warfare for generations has not been swinging a bludgeon, but it's, for lack of a better word, been knifing you in the kidney in a dark alley through the use of intelligence, through the use of special operations, through anything from bribery to undermining your population, and this was how they largely built an empire. This is the world Churchill was born into. In one way, one respect, you could say he came into a world that viewed war still somewhat as a pageant. Remember Manassas and Bull Run? Everybody expected it would be a lovely little picnic and over in a day. And by the end of the war, it was not quite the same. Even World War I, right? It's going to be a lovely 2-week little affair. Let's grab our dress sabers and we'll have a wonderful time. During Churchill's early years, and he mentions this in his memoir, Isal Bwanda, better known as Rorke's Drift in 1879, brought major structural changes to the British Army. This was a kind of wake-up call for how the British Army was run, how the officer system worked. U.S. had had a similar wake-up call in 1876 with Custer's last stand, so to speak. So warfare was suddenly changing. You had asymmetric warfare. You didn't have organized armies. You might have native populations, some armed better than others, but things were changing. The military itself was changing. 1851, the Cardwell reforms in England prevented you from buying your commission. Before that, you wanted to be a colonel, well, you ponied up 4,000 pounds, and presto, you were a colonel. Those led to some real disasters. The American Civil War, again, something that would have been well in Churchill's teaching or learning as a military cadet started as a pageant and ended as a precursor to World War I. Petersburg was trenches and attrition warfare, whereas the beginning was sort of a pageant. Men's, as we call it, men feeding machines. It had gone from that warrior ethos to sitting in a trench feeding a Maxim gun or loading shells into an artillery piece, depersonalizing what had before been a warrior ethos. So these are all things that young Churchill was aware of, asymmetric campaigns. Fremantle, who observed the Civil War, wrote a very influential book about what he saw. Churchill, as a young man, as Oliver mentioned, as an observer in Cuba, fought in the Sudan, which was very definitely asymmetric warfare. The Boer War, he actually witnessed things like sniping. He witnessed commando attacks. The whole British commando force came from the Boer word commando, which was their small groups of raiders. He saw that and saw actually how well it worked and how well a small force, a dedicated force, a well-trained force, and an indigenous force could take on the extremely big and well-equipped British Army. He saw it again in World War I, where the trenches were an absolute disaster. But there was a bright spot, and I'll get to that in a moment, which was the Hejaz under Allenby and Lawrence. By the time World War II came along, Churchill, as Oliver mentioned, he'd been an innovator on many, many levels. He converted the British fleet to oil instead of coal in 1911. That was a massive sea change in how naval operations came along. The Royal Naval Air Service was a precursor to the RAF. The Army wanted nothing to do with those silly planes, but Churchill was fine with it. Armored cars, which you'll remember, those of you who followed Lawrence of Arabia, made wonderful use of them. They'd also been used in British East Africa. By the way, both of those campaigns were after they'd foundered miserably in the trenches of France, where they sank up to their portholes and had to be towed out by horses. So thus developed the tanks, which came out of the Royal Navy. They were land ships. They all had HMS painted down the side. So he was an innovator. By World War II, he was also discussed a lot as, you know, you're spending all this time on the soft underbelly. Marshall wanted to kick in the door, march to Berlin in a couple of weeks and call it over. Churchill said, you know, the only way we can lose this war is if we have an unsuccessful landing or can't get into France. Churchill very successfully lobbied for the soft underbelly strategy. Many folks said it was to try and vindicate his Dardanelles strategy. I've always made the argument that his Dardanelles strategy wasn't actually a bad one. It was the tactical execution of it, which was very poorly done. And if you read some of the books on how it was all arrived at, it was sort of like the one option that everybody else said, yeah, okay, well, might as well. And I liken it to that wonderful scene in Animal House when they look up at the thing and say, yeah, man, we need the dues. So here was how the organization into the Dardanelles went. If British had done what they do best, which is buy off the pashas, which is diplomacy, which is subterfuge, sailing up and pointing their guns at Constantinople was not only not a good strategy, it wasn't really a British strategy. They were always about the back door. So perhaps had the strategy or the tactics been done a little differently, it might have had a whole different result. And I will also add that it spawned the Arab Revolt by getting the Ottomans distracted. The Arab Revolt was able to rise up, which ended up being the Hejaz campaign of Lawrence, one of the very few bright spots in the war, and which created another of World War I's great sort of superheroes, T.E. Lawrence. You know, sun and exoticism was much better than mud on the Western Front. So Churchill always brought this thinking into World War II. This is where Oliver's sort of analysis of Churchill and how he grew up has really opened an interesting door for the analysis of how World War II was fought. He was, again, one of the very few people, I think, who was aware that the American bludgeon strategy, even if it was going to work, needed some time to mature, as obviously proved at Kasserine Pass and some other places. So the result, the British classic approach to total war. Commando raids, the Special Air Service, the SOE to set Europe on fire. Some of the classic operations, I forgot, cryptography and code breaking. Let's get in through the back door that way. These were all things that were classic British innovations and worked into World War II. And so you ended up with the Jedburghs, Bull Basket, the assassination of Heydrich, Postmaster, which everybody knows as the horrible movie, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, but is an excellent book. And Fortitude North, Fortitude South, the true bodyguard of lies, the deception and psychological operations to throw the Germans off. And not just run in Africa or whatnot. Greece, Yugoslavia, Albania, Norway, Abyssinia, Southeast Asia, Czech, Libya, all kept the Axis off balance, had serious psychological effects, and were helping relieve the Eastern Front where Stalin needed a lot of help. So all this softening up led to buying time, getting to where the American bludgeon could deploy, and making sure D-Day was successful. Again, British subterfuge. So Churchill's understanding of the bludgeon and the stiletto were pretty unique and also a pretty major point in his success as a war leader. So again, I thank Oliver for coming up with another new way to look at Hitler, and I can't wait to read your book.
Churchill.
Churchill.
Not Hitler.
Sorry. I'll get to that one too.
Are there any questions? Oh, come on. David, you've got to have a question. Oh, Dylan.
Oh.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. As the Dardanelles Strait continues to be one of the most important inflection points for maritime policy, implications from alliances and operations in CENTCOM and how they begin to impact other theaters, including the East. How would the Churchill's hindsight, how would we choose to conduct diplomacy with Turkey's increasingly theocratic administration for stronger NATO synchronization against our foes?
Well, I'll start. I'll start simply by saying a quote from was it Churchill or was it Chamberlain? Talk, talk, talk is better than war, war, war.
I believe that was Churchill. Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, that sounds like Churchill.
So, and I think maybe it was jaw, jaw, jaw is better than war, war, war. So, keeping the diplomatic lines of communication open, challenge in the region, as you mentioned, an increasingly theocratic and regime, whether that is playing for the cameras or the public more than it's playing for actual behind the scenes, is something I really don't have insight into. But I'd like to think that we have the ability to deal with theocratic nations in the same way we would deal with any other nation. And that is to keep lines of communication open and hope that you can keep the regime stable enough that the quote-unquote crazies don't come out of the woodwork, because that makes everything more difficult, especially in a place where I believe we still forward deploy nuclear weapons. Whether the strait geographically is as important as it used to be, I can't really say, but Constantinople is most certainly a crossroads of history and will be again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I suppose when we're talking about the Middle East, of course, Churchill was a strong proponent of certainly Anglo Middle Eastern relations. I mean, the British Empire was, sorry? Oh, but the British Empire was, at its height, the home of some 10 million Muslims, certainly in India. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, good. Let me step in. You get your train of thought back. I tend to be very counter-narrative. And I think one of the problems we had with the global war on terror, and I think a challenge for us going forward when we're looking at places like Turkey and Iran and other places, is we don't honestly believe that they believe, because we don't in the West. The increasing secularization in the West has led to this notion that Al-Qaeda was motivated by economic motives, where if you look at the leadership of Al-Qaeda, they were all super wealthy, educated in the West, but they believed in something. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I'll leave to history. But they believed, while we in the West, especially since the post-World War II consensus took over, were taught not to believe in anything. So it really limits us in our ability to deal with people who do truly believe.
And that does really tie into Churchill's early experiences of certainly fanaticism with the Sudan and the Northwest frontier and between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And for that, and seeing that fanaticism firsthand, that was part of that walk with destiny, that preparation for Churchill to understand fanaticism in his later life against future adversaries. So it applied not only in the Middle Eastern context, but in a much broader global context with dealing with that sort of fanaticism, that theocratic fanaticism.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It's just us. So, we've talked a little bit about, throughout the course of the last couple of days, we've discussed how people are shaped by their experiences, and you've talked a little bit about Churchill in these various phases of his life. I think Candace Millard's book on Churchill talks in depth about his time as a young infantryman in the Boer War, his being overrun, captured, needing to escape and evade recapture until he was repatriated. And the defining moments of those young troop leading times that really shaped how he started to think about the care and feeding of his forces. At Norwich, we talk about this being a place that people can make mistakes and learn from them. And we also talk about thinking outside the box, but first knowing what's inside the box. So when you think about Churchill and those defining, shaping moments, what do you think endures over the course of his leadership, not just in military and or political times, but what endures in the man, in the person, that made him understand what was right or good and what needed to change?
I think, well, one of the core things about Churchill is his courage, both physical and moral courage. and being a man who certainly lived a life, like even into his early life, from the get-go. He had seen much of the world. He had seen like a whole manner of like different peoples, like cultures, and certainly enemies. But it seems the overarching theme all throughout was like sticking to to his own beliefs, and the resolute faith he had like in his own like the ideals that he was brought up with in Victorian England, and certainly his belief in the West.
I can
Yeah,
I can jump in a little, and Oliver and I had a really great talk on this yesterday as well, because in examining T.E. Lawrence's youth, I delved fairly deeply into the sort of upper class youth of the Victorian and Edwardian period. You know, the Eton and Cambridge and Stowe School and whatnot.
And sometimes Harrow.
And what's that?
Sometimes Harrow.
Harrow. You know, the old saying of the wars of England were first fought on the playing fields of Oxford and Cambridge. There was very much a psyche among young and especially upper class Edwardians that you are going to be a man of destiny. You need to be a man of destiny. You will accomplish great things, and they set out to do this with an absolute vigor. Looking up at, I wrote a list down here in case I needed it. You know, Frederick Selous, David Livingston, Ernest Shackleton, Charles Chinese Gordon of Sudan, John Franklin, all of these sort of heroes of the empire. There's an absolutely wonderful book about Churchill and his early days and his POW experience in his escape called Hero of the Empire. And it delves into the idea not that he was sort of oh no, I've gotten captured, this is a bad thing. It was, I am here to gain glory, to win back the parliament seat that I lost in the last election. And I am going to be a hero, and I'm going to get out of this. And boy, when I write my story about this, I'm going to get elected as soon as I get home. He really had that man of destiny feeling about him. And you know, when you feel you have destiny behind you, you don't worry about it because you know you're going to be placed in a position where you can shape destiny. He told his classmates that as a youngster at Sandhurst. You know, I'm going to do this when he was 20. So
I think another aspect of Churchill and the recovery from Gallipoli and then the recovery in the 1920s from the coal strike and throughout his career he suffers these setbacks. And I think his father was a very distant figure in his youth, and he was brought up as a cavalry officer. What do cavalry officers do? What do cavalry NCOs do? You know, we draw the saber, charge. In his early career, and when he gets in trouble, that's what he tends to do. When he recovers, I think he's touchstoning with his mother. And though he loved his nanny probably more than he loved his mother deeply. And I think he reached back and touched into her life. This is a woman who advanced Winston's early career by all of her contacts. I'll just kind of leave it at that. She was able to talk to people senior in the Army. She was able to talk to people senior in politics. She was able to talk to King Edward and promote Winston's career because she was a negotiator. She knew how to navigate and how to build network and everything else. And then when you look at Winston Churchill when he's in exile in the 1930s before his penultimate rise to greatness, what does he do? He begins to work quietly behind the scenes like his mother did. He begins to build networks like his mother did. He had better intelligence at his hands in the 1930s than the prime minister, the army minister, the foreign minister, all together. He knew more about what was going on than they did. And I think that was touchstoning to his mother and making contact there. And that resiliency of, I'm going to charge, oops, I'm going to back up, build the network, be patient, and move forward. I think that was a key to his failure.
And also from his father's side, his father having died so young, so
Yeah.
prematurely at age 45, and after a very disastrous end to a political career.
Yeah.
It certainly drove him. It catapulted that sense of destiny, personal destiny, for the rest of his life.
But I think he touchstoned on those two things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the empire, man of destiny, cavalry officer thing, and then, okay, that didn't work. What am I going to do? Go back to mom, network, build quietly, diplomatic kind of. I'm not meaning that in foreign policy sense. I'm talking about becoming more diplomatic and a negotiator and building quiet networks of support. When he came in as prime minister in 1940, it was not because the Conservative Party overwhelmingly supported him. If it would have been up to the Conservative Party, they would have picked somebody else. It was the Labour Party that pushed for Churchill because he had built those contacts and those networks. So,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Last quick question?
How much time we got?
About a minute.
Oh, okay.
Well, first, congratulations, Oliver. We're all very proud of the work that you've done. It's quite the
Thank you.
achievement. There's a lot of questions that come to mind at the beginning in 1940 when Churchill basically announced to the English public that they would single-handedly win the war, despite the fact that they had an entire empire of colonies that they also had to convince. So his rhetoric is without doubt. Thinking of one question you might ask, what did you learn in your studies that might be applicable to the near-peer adversaries, to the leaders we have right now trying to face up against near-peer adversaries? What's one takeaway that you learned from that study that we should remember now?
I didn't quite catch the last part of.
With the near-peer adversaries that we're facing as a nation right now, what is one of the things that you took away from your studies of Churchill that you might remind these leaders today that they might remember as we potentially face a world war, certainly a global war? What is something that he learned that we might remember?
I think Churchill actually did put it quite nicely. He, when he said to an American university student studying in London, study history, for in history lie all the secrets of statecraft. And that was fundamentally Churchill. And to the Volodymyr Zelenskys of the world, I would certainly say like Churchill's capacity for fighting on, for never surrendering, to holding on to that physical and moral courage that I spoke of earlier, is absolutely fundamental, not only to the survival of a nation in such existential crises like we face today, but to the survival of the sort of ideals that Churchill certainly believed in and fought for all his life. His ideas of freedom and liberty and the democratic process.
As he said to the class at Harrow, fairly late in his life, never, never, never quit. Guess our time is up. in charge? Me? Time is up? All right, time's up, folks.